He's not actually sorry, you asshole.
Okay, that'll be our intro.
Oh shit, I'm sorry.
So, yeah, last time,
Well played.
last time, we only had 2 people. So, since the group was split up, we decided to power through a bunch of that. And we didn't complete what they wanted to do, but we got through half of it, approximately. They discovered, well, I may as well bring it back up, since,
There you go.
most of you guys weren't here. So what they did was they went back to where, Lily's character is from, and they found out that Lily was trapped in the Feywild for 80 years, even though to her it was maybe a couple of days. And she came back, and she found out that there was only like 2 people who were alive at the time when she was around that are still currently alive. Some really, really, really old halflings. I'm pretty sure halflings don't even live as long as humans, and they're still alive. So, let me just double check, just for the fun of it.
Double check.
Actually, halflings can live up to about 200 years.
Can they?
Double check. Triple check.
Yep.
Quadruple check. I'm here.
I just... Hi, Gio. Yeah, no, they can live up to like 200 years.
Okay. I'm just looking in the book, and I have it almost, so may as well. Into the middle of his or her 2nd century. So yeah, that's correct. Approximately. But either way, yeah, so pretty much the only person who was left alive when she was around is someone who was 4 years old at the time, and someone who is now, like, pasted to a chair, unmoving, unresponsive, but apparently they assured her that this person is still alive. Either way, they basically they went to where she trained to become a paladin, and they realized that that place was taken by the shadow, and there's all kinds of bad stuff in there, such as undead creatures and shadow creatures, some of which they don't even know what they are. They were lured further into the cloister, as I've called it, by this crying noise. They saw a glimpse of a small person, child maybe, and they heard crying noises that kept luring them into traps, basically. However, they left that area, and they took the head of one of the zombies that was in there, because the person who apparently is running the cloister was continually reviving it. And they took the head, but apparently they still want the head back because they attempted to take it back even though it was in a bag of holding. So, either way, at the moment they're just on an airship ready to go to their 2nd destination. But they didn't get there yet. So, but first we're going to pick up with the other 2 who are currently at the temple camp. So did you 2 want to do anything? There is the meeting, I am aware, but I wanted to see if you 2 wanted to do anything specific to your characters, before we flashed back to the meeting that happened before the other two left, technically.
I can't think of
Me and
anything.
Geo?
Oh, I was asking Lucius and Howler.
Yeah.
Was there anything specific to your character that you wanted to do before we do the meeting?
Well, yeah, there was some things.
Okay, let's try to knock out maybe one or two of them.
I think the first thing, I don't know if I did it the last time I was there, but it was informing Lehman that we were gonna do this thing without Lucian this time.
Okay. No, you haven't done that yet.
Yeah, so
So-
I'll head over to the Lehman.
All right, you head over there. You see that they have moved a slight distance away from everything else because they have heightened senses and they can sense that things seem to be not going in a way that they would like. So they moved slightly further away. So you go to their regular place and there's nothing there, and you look slightly further away and you see them and you walk over.
Yeah.
All right. So Lugus, the leader of these Leman, is just sort of sitting next to a bunch of them, and they seem to be they seem to have a bunch of supplies, and they seem to be doing something, but you're not sure what.
Can I try and figure out what sort of supplies do they have? Have they been taking from camp, or is it just things they had on their own, or what is?
Okay. You can look. That would be, since you're looking more in depth, even though you're just looking, it's still an investigation check because you're looking to see what specifically they have. All right.
I'll look. Why not?
Okay. Sure.
Investigation.
All right. So you look into it. They seem to have building supplies, like pieces of planks of wood, blocks of stone, things of that nature that they seem to be doing something with.
Okay, does it look like they're trying to make their own monastery?
With that investigation check, it kind of looks building shaped what they have so far, but they've only just started whatever they're doing, so it's not entirely clear, but it seems like what they're doing is like the formation of like maybe a foundation or something.
No. Well, in any case, I would like to approach Logus.
All right, he's just sort of sitting there with his legs, his weird gangly legs crossed, and he's just sort of watching over them. He's not meditating or anything. He's just sort of watching them do whatever they're doing.
Yeah. Well, I'll approach him and I'll just greet him. Hello, Logus.
And he looks over at you. He doesn't respond. He just looks he looks at you and then he looks back at what he was looking at before.
Well, I'm just here to inform you that there will be some changes in the camp. But you don't have to take part of the same changes if you don't wish.
He goes, I figured as much. And he keeps looking at them, putting the stones down. And it appears that they're building some sort of scaffolding with the wood next to it at this point because they're starting to set it up slightly. And it appears that they're going to start trying to get logs or something to pull the stones up onto higher platforms and such.
Yeah, so I just came to check that we can still keep our arrangement the same between us all.
He says, well, we will not be interacting in any commerce or anything of that nature. But We will remain close as to keep everything safe. Otherwise, we will mostly not interact with you unless if it is necessary.
Very well. As you please.
And he motions to one of them, because one of them approaches him, and he just motions with his hand, and they just sort of walk over and start putting up another piece of wood. And it appears that they maybe or maybe not got some tips from what they saw Edo-san doing with some pulleys, because they're setting up a pulley system so that way they can try to more easily get the stones into the proper position. And they seem to be setting that up with some ropes and whatnot.
Yeah. Well, if that's all in order, then I didn't have anything else to talk to them about. Just wanted to make sure there wouldn't be any problem.
Okay. Yeah, they seem to be setting up some sort of structure. It may perhaps be a monastery or maybe something else. You're not sure. You
Yep.
didn't ask him, but you saw that it was vaguely building shaped, so you can make your
I'll
assumption.
just assume it's a monastery.
Okay, fair enough. So, did you have anything else smaller that you wanted to do?
Yeah, I wanted to make sure that none of the townspeople could call me out for lying about paying for the deep gnomes. So I'm gonna head down there with a small gift.
Okay. So you start walking down there with well, you're probably not carrying the sack of money. You probably have other ideas for that. So you approach where their small encampment is. It's in the geode area in the Underdark that you are familiar with.
Yeah. I'm just looking through my inventory if I have something else, but I don't think I have what I'm looking for.
Okay, well, I'll give you a second just to flavor up the description a little bit while you're
Yeah,
looking.
sure, I found it. Yeah.
Oh, you're done?
While this is going on, I do have a quick
Oh.
question.
Oh, sure. Go ahead.
By this time, would I have been able to identify the 124 gems and the 50 potions that I got?
We'll get to that in a second.
Okay.
Yeah, because you would have had time before the month is over, so I can give you that information if you want it.
Yeah.
But we'll get to that in a second. Okay, so did you find the thing that you were looking for, Ben?
Yeah.
Okay.
I found it. So I will head down towards was Mistress Adran, I think.
Mistress Adarhin, I think.
Yeah.
Yep.
Something
She's
like that.
the deep gnome leader, at least of this small encampment, which seems like is all that's left of them that isn't currently being harassed or currently in shadow.
Yeah. So yeah, I will go to the stronghold or the castle-looking thing in the wall.
Yeah. So she has a little. It's kind of like a mansion built into the stone. So you can go in there.
Yeah.
And
So do I
she's just
find
sort of
her?
sitting at a table, looking at some pages.
Okay. So in that case, I will. No, I don't want to lose that item. So I think I'd rather just give a bag of gold. So I will. I will put
Okay.
a bag of gold on the table filled with 100 pieces. It's not too much.
Okay.
And I will.
Well, it's not too much money, but for you, but it is a substantially large bag.
It is a substantially large bag. Yes.
So you sort of do you put it on her table or what do you do?
I just put it on the table.
Okay. So you the table she's working at is slightly smaller, but it still fits on the table. However, whatever she was reading is covered up by a giant bag. And she goes and she goes, "Uh, what is this for?"
Well, it's just an appreciation for us working together, for you lending your beasts and also your fellow men in the cornfields above.
Are you sure there's no strings attached to this?
Not for you, at the very least.
Hmm.
I'm just
Okay.
feeling generous.
She's gonna insight check you.
Sure.
This is very suspicious. It's not very often that someone comes in with basically like one of those giant
I'm just trying, like,
sackcloth
in case you get
bags.
thrown of truth. Like, did I have to pay the diploms? Yes, I did.
Okay, she doesn't know, but a gigantic sackcloth bag full of money doesn't come across people's desks very often for no reason. Um, so, but she doesn't detect anything.
Suspicion is high.
However, she doesn't detect anything specific. So therefore, she goes, okay, and she just sort of has a slightly hard time moving the bag, but she moves it off the table.
And I hope that would be enough to keep our cooperation going further into the future as well.
Hmm. Sense something, but I'm not sure what. Though I hope you would tell me if you're in some sort of trouble.
Not trouble, really. Just making some changes, solving out some old debts. That's the deal we once made. I felt it was necessary to pay you for your work.
Hmm. Well, if you come asking for aid later, you need not use this as some sort of bargaining chip or whatnot to hold over my head. We are willing to help as long as we have an apocalypse on our hands.
Yes, and it was not meant for holding over your head. Then I would have brought a much larger sack. That's my
She grins. All right. Well, is that all you needed?
yes. Unless
All
you had
right.
anything.
We've had no problems other than, of course, the end of the world.
Yes.
But other than that, we're doing all right.
Also, one thing, because you're down here in the sewer. No, I don't say sewers. I meant the Underdark.
Yes, that's fair. Your character would know the difference.
And I ask if they have ever encountered any more either grells or dark mantles or any other beasts of that sort.
Well, perhaps it's the shadow making them afraid, or perhaps it's that they are already captured, but most creatures seem to have gone into hiding or are not obvious. They've not plagued the paths like they used to. Perhaps something is being planned, or perhaps they're just remaining hidden to ensure their survival.
They must just be frightened of me. But if any of your men ever come across one of them, then I would be very interested to get my hands on them.
Ah. And she sort of just looks at the thing on your back, which is a dark mantle, and she goes, perhaps you're looking for some harvestable materials?
Yes.
Well, I can put the word out and make sure that they don't completely destroy the creatures that they encounter. There may be some money in it for them.
That would be preferable.
She nods.
And I will just bow and I will head out.
All right. And as you start walking out, you have a keen sense for someone writing anything about money. Seems like she's keeping track of that big pile of money that you just dropped in their lap.
Yeah.
And you leave the room.
Yes.
All right. So we'll switch to Lucius. Does he have any smaller things like that that he needs done before we get into the meeting?
Bye.
Just like I said, checking out what those potions are and the gems.
Okay. The gems, none of them are magical if you're casting Identify on them.
No, just want to try and figure out their like net worth.
Uh,
It's part of the ones taken from Preben's or Explo's
yeah,
stash.
yeah. Um,
Oh,
roll
what
up
happened?
the Identify spell for me. Roll that up.
Explos
Just-
fun time stash.
What he got raided?
Uh, if it's a magical item, how to use them. Learn. Yeah, it doesn't look like it tells you value, unfortunately.
Well, no, I'd go around and see if I could find like a dwarf or some other like artisan who might know, and then get what they
Okay.
believe the worth to be.
Okay. You see
I'll
that
cast
there is.
Identify on the potions.
Okay. Sure, but we'll get to the gems first.
Potions, yeah.
We'll do the gems, the potions after. So, you see a dwarf who's currently, he has a big rock that he had some help, to be fair, because it's a big rock. He was dragging it along the ground, and he stops by by one of the buildings, and he starts carving it. Perhaps that guy knows. And the reason why I'm automatically giving you that is because you know this person. He was the guy who was in the competition with Edosan.
Okay. Yeah, I'll go and walk up to him and introduce myself officially.
Okay? And he just nods towards you and he says, "What is it you want?"
Well, sir, I was wondering if you might have the time to identify some gems that I came across. I want to see if you might be able to appraise their worth.
Well, as you're very well aware, the world has gone to shite. But I can give you an approximation of what they may have been if the world weren't gone to shite.
Well, that should work. They may be of use in one of the other two trading communities.
Though they may ask a higher or lower price due to circumstances.
Of course, just an approximation from before the apocalypse should suffice.
All right. He starts looking at them, and he's not a professional jeweler. He is just someone who, if he he wouldn't get cheated out if he found a gem or two laying around when he was mining. But he, like I said, he's not a jeweler, so he can't give you exact denominations. Some of these things are like in the hundreds of thousands of gold pieces.
Well,
It
how many of
depends
those
on
would you
which
say?
one, but there's um um your total. I'll give you a total amount that he after
124
he
gems.
sorry?
Correct? Oh, I'm just writing it down in the character sheet. So 124 gems worth approximately.
Okay. So approximately um 2 million gold pieces in total. If they existed in the real world, some of these gems, they wouldn't be priced like that. They would be pretty much like things that would be in a museum. because some of them are pretty big. But 2 million gold pieces is a substantial amount, considering that usually only noble people would have that much money to begin with.
Right.
So,
Sweet.
and the
I was
reason why
thinking.
those things would
Yes.
be even sold is because gems like that are constantly being created by the ground. There's like earth elemental things that sometimes appear that can create gems and things of that nature. So it's not like you're running out of them, is the point.
Right.
So
Okay. So
Yep.
124 gems worth 2 million GP. I will keep that one currently to myself.
and that's an approximation because he's no jeweler. He's just somebody who wouldn't be cheated out of his money. So he
Right.
gave you an approximate amount.
Still, even if I plus or minus that a million, that's not bad.
That's still quite a bit. So you wanted to know about your potions.
Right. 50 unidentified potions.
Okay, so you said 50?
Yep, I have 50 unidentified potions. It's from the giant box of potions that we got.
Yeah. Most of those are going to be basic healing potions, so all except 5 are basic healing potions.
So 45 basic healing potions.
Yeah. So they heal the minimum amount.
2d4, yay!
Which, like with a lot of the other items that you found in that treasure hoard, it seems like they were just basic equipment to arm an army, if need be. So.
Oh no, that's fine. These
Yeah.
45 potions. I know exactly where they're gonna go.
Yeah. So, the other ones, I'm gonna get you to roll some random potions. So, since you
Sweet.
have identify, you can identify them, but I'm gonna get you to roll a d20 on each one.
Cool. So a 10, a 3, another 3, an 18, and a 12.
Okay, so you got one good potion, as in really good potion. Yeah, the
One should be
really
at
good
least
one.
above average.
Yeah. The the really good one, is I think it's Superior is the best healing potion in the book, which is what that is.
Yeah, Superior is the best yet.
So
How
that's
many
what
does
that
that
one is.
do?
I think Supreme is better, it just does have a higher modifier.
It's the one that's whichever one's the highest. So
Yeah.
if there's Supreme one in the book, then that's what it is. It's the highest one in the book.
I think
I just don't have that written down in front of me or anything.
Good
So
thing
Does
I
anybody know
have
what that?
something for that. Supreme is the best yet. 10d4 plus 20.
yeah, so that's a pretty good one.
Just let me show it to you all, since I have set something up for my campaign for that.
So it can heal a total of 60 possible
Oh, nice.
hit points. However, it heals a guaranteed
30.
yeah, it heals a guaranteed 30.
Okay.
Which for a potion, that's pretty good.
Yeah. Okay, so
Um,
potion of supreme healing, 10d4 plus 20.
Yeah. So that's the 18.
What's a 12?
Okay, the 12. The 12 is let's see. This is a potion. It's slightly pink in color, and it has something. It looks like there's something wiggling around in it or writhing in it. But when you
Tequila!
try to look closer, it stops moving or doesn't seem like it's there.
It's the one with the tequila.
Basically. So you cast Identify on that, and this is. Let me see if I can get the exact name for what I'm thinking of. How do I phrase this? It's basically a potion that you don't want to drink. It's a potion that you want to give to somebody else. It's a potion of parasite. It has a creature that feeds on them, inside it, so there actually is something in there. And the pink stuff is keeping it so that way it doesn't die before using it.
Okay.
Basically, it does psychic damage, but they have to drink it and wait 10 turns for it to take effect, and it deals 2d6 psychic damage every turn until they are knocked unconscious.
Wow.
Sounds either like a tadpole from Sled or from a Mind Flare.
It's something. But it's a specific parasite that does that. And when they get knocked unconscious, they remain so until the parasite is either removed or dies. So it's the type of thing that you want to give to somebody, and you gotta want them to either not wake up or die, basically.
Okay. I can see that happening.
Okay. So the D10, the 10, that is a greater healing potion, which is 4d4 plus 4. And the 2 3s is what we're going to get to next. Once
Does
you're
that
finished
have?
with that.
Is it just 44? Is there any pluses to it?
Plus
It's
4.
Yeah, I said 4d4 plus 4. I don't know if you
Sorry.
heard that part. That's
I
okay.
didn't get that last part. I only got 44. All right. So potion of greater healing.
Yep.
And then
All
2
right.
potions, right?
Yep. Another 2 potions. They're not
are
very
these two
good.
going to be the same?
Yeah, they're going to be the same, but they're not.
Okay.
They're not very good. They are disguised potions. They're disguised as potions of regular healing, except they make you fart for 2 hours. Like once every round for 2 hours if you drink them. So you fart once every 6 seconds for 2 hours.
So I have 2 potions of disguise healing, but really fart potion.
Yeah. Yeah, they're disguised as healing, so they look like healing potions.
Oh, I'm totally going to be giving these to some people.
Alright, so those are your potions.
All right. Let me get those off from here, and then.
Yeah, so what you can do, if you want to give them to a player, you don't have to say that you're doing that. You can just type to me privately and just say, and I'll just describe it as it's a healing potion. That's what it is.
Okay. Oh, the last thing with the dwarf guy. Sorry, I just saw this one, and I was looking for it a minute ago. I'm also going to get him to try to appraise the bluish gem, the football size one.
Okay. He looks at that and he says approximately 10,000 gold pieces. And he goes on to a
Would be worth a
diatribe
little
of
more.
yeah, he goes on to a diatribe that if you find the right buyer, you could get more, but those are the basic amount, approximately.
Alright, so interesting. Books are done too. So I'm just going through my character sheet right now, the items. I've yet to find a magical, like, anything that would use the pocket lint from the dead general yet, right? Me and the necromancer have yet to find a spell that would use that.
There's not much of it, to be fair. So he's hesitant to use it, because it gets consumed. Like, if you do experiments with it, parts of it will get consumed. So you can do a couple of experiments with it, but the problem is if you fail a bunch of times, then you will get nothing out of it.
Right. Has he been able to give any thought yet on what we could do with it?
Possibilities are
Endless.
well, not endless. Um, there could be a potion. Not a potion. Well, it could be an ingredient in a potion.
Could also be potentially used to help with the abominations of elemental like components being put into the abomination.
Well, he looks at it and he goes, well, the thing is, it's a piece of clothing. So
Right. No, I'm just saying as a spell component in the abomination spell. If you're trying to incorporate parts of an Afriti or some other like sentient elemental creature.
well, it would probably be more useful if you had those pieces. The pieces that you wanted to use. If you wanted to use this in particular, you may want to. Perhaps it may be worked into a spell that changes clothing or makes clothing appear.
Ooh,
Other
to
uses,
disguise oneself as an Afriti official, perhaps.
perhaps. So perhaps you can use that as a direction, but again, if you experiment with it, you will consume parts of it to see what its components are and whatnot, and see if you can use it for anything.
We'll wait and see. We're going to be coming to the meeting of the new council.
Okay. I'll maybe be there. It depends. I don't honestly remember as a DM if he's part of the council or not.
Oh, if he's in charge of dead bodies.
Go look. Yeah, but he's definitely the part now. So.
Okay. Fair enough. So he'll be there then. But technically we're going back in time a little bit to do that.
So this is before I have my abomination, right?
Yeah.
Damn. All right, because I was gonna have him standing menacingly over my shoulder.
Yeah, this is technically in like the first 2 or 3 days. But we skipped ahead in order for people to do things because people weren't here and whatnot. So
Okay.
Unless if you had one more small thing that you wanted to do, we'll get to the meeting.
Just before we actually had the meeting, I would pull Howler aside.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
Sure.
tell him, basically just tell you, in the worst case scenario where we aren't able to actually have like money coming back in, and some people are hoarding, I do have some gems that were appraised at over or about 2 million GP worth.
That's pretty good. I mean, I was just thinking about stabbing them, but that works too.
It'd be better to have them instead change over that currency, the gold or whatnot, to the gems, so that we can then again have more currency in the economy. Something we should think of for the merchants and others who will eventually be accruing wealth.
Yes, that makes sense. They have to get wealth before we take it, after all.
Exactly.
All right. Fair enough. Okay, so we're at the meeting. Everybody's going to be there.
Before the meeting, there was also my potions. If I could check with Fizzle Boom.
Yeah, we'll get to that after the meeting, just so that way we aren't just doing potions all session. We'll break it up a little bit.
I'm gonna laugh my ass off if you get a potion that would have been helpful during the meeting too.
Yeah.
Let's do this.
I'm assuming this is a different day.
So, yes, this is a different day. It's like the second or third day after you got here. So everyone's there. So Edo-san is there because this is back in time, and Lily is there because it's back in time. So everyone can participate in the meeting if they wish, because it's kind of important. Because there may be a lot of story lore that is being revealed here. So, I want everyone to be able to participate if they wish. So, everyone is called up to the meeting, the upstairs meeting room. I don't remember. Howler, did you ever figure out how to turn off the shadow in that room?
I think so. Yeah, I definitely got the screen and all of that stuff as long as we had power.
Yeah.
So
Okay. There's basically a magical darkness that is in the room, so it might be a little more convenient if you had that turned off.
but would it though?
Maybe. Well, you
I
can
mean,
have it on if you want, but I'll
I-
describe what the room looks like. That's what I'm getting to.
it's dark.
Okay. So here's what the room looks like as everybody's approaching. There's about a 10-foot wide pathway that leads up to where his table is and his desk and everything. And the rest is just pitch black in the room. So everybody just walks up this thin corridor. Luckily, you have the traps turned off. Otherwise, a bunch of people would be
Do I
dead.
though? Do I?
A bunch of people would be dead if you
Yes.
didn't.
Okay, fine. Just be like that.
Because nobody would realize what was happening until it was too late. So, um, okay, so you enter the room and everybody gets to the table. So behind you, at this point, there's the table in front of you where Howler is sitting and everything, because he's self-important. So he's sitting on a chair that's on a raised dais above the table. And behind you is like a pitch black with just a thin line in the middle that leads to the doorway. Um, so everybody who you've called is in this room. So Howler, you know all the NPCs that are important that are still here.
Yep.
So, who did you call?
For this one, we called in. I think I wrote it up. We called in Gare, the police master.
Mhm.
We called in Rayford, the spy master.
Mhm.
We called in Neondaro, the telemancer.
Fair enough.
Called in the necromancer because he's the gravekeeper.
Yes.
We called in Lady Dareth to represent the Durgars.
All right. So you sent word ahead with Montegor, which I'm pretty sure is his name. He's the elven
Yeah, the
ambassador guy. So you sent word ahead earlier, and she shows up in time.
And then I didn't invite Logus, although I put him up here earlier. Actually, yeah, I didn't invite Logos.
Okay.
Is that one of the
So,
ones that we talked to?
Yeah, that's the one that beat you.
Oh, yeah. No,
They hit you with a
the
stick.
lemur guy. Yeah, the lemur guy now.
So he's not there. I asked the deep gnomes, so Mr. Sodran, and I asked Rock Thrower, more importantly, Leaf of the Wind. So if Rock
Okay.
Thrower
Yeah.
is here or not, that's up to Leaf
Yeah,
of the Wind.
he's just sort of sitting on the edge of that magical darkness, just sort of like scratching various body parts. But he's not going to contribute too much, if anything.
And then it's Baston,
All right.
Religious Council. Then it's Khan, who's in charge of the outer walls.
Mhm.
And it's Jonathan Briggs, who's the tax collector.
Yep.
Yep.
And Sabul, who's the guild leader.
Mhm.
And then it's Lucius and all the other players, of course.
Okay. So that is all who's in the room. So if anybody is going to chime in, I'll give you a little description of who they are because not everybody knows who all these people are. So there's a room full of people is what you can picture at this moment. And everyone is just sort of either talking or just sort of hanging out, making sure that waiting until the meeting is called to order. So there's just various conversations happening. There's people just sort of sitting there. There's people pacing back and forth, doing all their various quirks. So whenever you're ready.
Yeah.
So when we're ready to start, I'm going to use my wizard staff to help me cast thaumaturgy. Hold on.
Your voice booms up to 3 times as loud if you use thaumaturgy.
So where did you
So I was
cast
trying to-
thaumaturgy?
Hold on a second. Yeah, okay. So yeah, I cast thaumaturgy as I cling my wizard staff on the ground 3 times, having it kind of boom out through the room, and then using it on my voice, I will say, "Come to order, the first of the council meetings."
You see Jonathan Briggs sitting in a corner at the corner of this table, and he has his notepad ready, and he's ready to jot down anything. He is a human, with very fancy clothes. Basically, he's got like a suit and tie, that sort of thing, except for they're more old timey than a black suit and tie, that sort of thing. So he's ready to write down anything that's going to happen in this meeting. So, I guess what is the meeting for? Because I don't know.
Well, I will just say we have 2 things to take up today. The first one, which is already been discussed with all of you, is now to be made official. So the whole temple knows it, and I will pull out a sheet of paper and put it on the desk in front of me. And I'll need all the representatives to sign under it.
Okay. Everybody starts walking forward, and Edo-san, you're not entirely sure what he's talking about.
Wait, am I there?
Yeah, you're there.
Okay. So just looks at it and says, sign what exactly?
Well, we're all gonna try and establish a proper civilization.
I did say
Discussed.
we would like to read this paper and what it says.
You
Okay.
can have your turn. It's your time. So
He
I
says
will.
we, as in insinuating to everyone they should read the paper before signing it.
All right. A couple of them look it over, and they don't say anything. They just nod and put their signature on it. Because I'm assuming, Howler, you haven't hidden anything sketchy in it that
No,
you haven't discussed.
No, just
Okay.
sort of stuff like that. They are not to harm any of the employees of the World Bank, that sort of stuff. Like it's
Okay.
not stuff they would react to, but I know that it might matter.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So we'll get into the nitty gritty when it comes to Edo-san. So, Edo-san, if you wish, they're just passing the paper around, signing it. As for the players, so Lily and Edo-san are the only 2 who might not know what's on this. So I assume Lucius signs it because there's nothing sketchy on it. And all right, so it comes to Edo-san.
And he starts reading it.
All right, so the specifics, Ben, you're the one who came up with all the specifics for this.
Okay, so yes, it's basically on contract that says the new World Bank welcome to the first new civilization. And it's like a small paragraph of how we're gonna try and rebuild the civilized world. And then there's
Oh, and by the way, are you using one of your magic contracts?
yeah, of
Yeah, I was just about to say.
course, of
I'm
course.
gonna use detect magic just to be safe.
Okay,
Okay.
the piece of paper is glowing with magic.
Elsa just looks up at you. Is there someone with the spell magic around here?
Why would you need the spell magic?
Because this paper is glowing like a light bulb with magic.
Yes, to make it official.
Official papers don't need magic.
Okay,
That's
if he's
not true.
gonna intend on breaking it, then I'm gonna cash in the contract. I can do that, right? Just activate it.
Yes, but not all the signatures are on it, so
Oh, okay. Who am I missing?
including Erosan, about half the people, because he was sitting at the middle of the table because he was trying to see it before you pass it around to the.
Yeah, Elsa is just
You're right.
holding it. That goes like, who still wants to be on this paper now they know it has magical properties?
There
They look at
How
each
about
other and shrug.
Okay.
before you make this seem like it is the worst thing? How about you actually ask what the properties are?
Yeah, what are these underlying properties of this magic?
Well, they are just to ensure that we are gonna honor our word, and it goes both ways. As I do not wish any violence amongst us.
All right, so you can roll if your character's telling the truth. It's
I'm actually
persuasion.
telling the truth at the moment,
That's the
It's-
persuasion.
so I'm gonna luck.
Wait,
That's a
insight's just to
70.
tell if somebody's telling a lie or not. So if he's not lying right now, there's no reason to roll.
That's
You only
true.
roll if you're going to be lying.
Okay, that's fine.
So right now, it's he's telling the truth. He's not lying in any way.
Yeah, it's usually just set as DC, but that's okay. 19 is quite high. So, yeah, you see that he is telling the truth that yes, the magic is just there to enforce the rules of the contract.
You wouldn't mind if I made my own copy in my notebook of it, any of the rules that are in this contract?
Of course, you can copy them down. We can do that after. Now let's speed up the process. The good people here doesn't have all
Nah.
day.
I like to know my rules before I sign anything.
Very well. You can sign it lastly.
All right, everybody else just sort of leafs through the pages and they're fine with it. They sign. Lily, do you wish to sign this paper?
Okay, so why do I have to sign it? Like, we're the creators and.
I can show you, but if you wish a seat on the table, what sort of position do you want?
Well, I think she should be in charge of all the inns and taverns of the new city.
I think that's a great idea. Do you want to be in charge of all the inns of the city?
Of course.
All right. So they have given you a position. The contract is amended to add your name to it. Which everybody agrees that has currently signed it, so the contract magically amends itself to what was discussed.
Yeah, so I'm just making sure that he has all the rules in his notebook and make sure that he double checks it, not that he missed anything or something has changed. Because magic
Okay, so,
can be funky like that.
yeah, so give.
Okay, so basically, if you sign it, you can't attack us, we can't attack you, and that you are agreeing to try and reestablish capitalism. Or communism, for now at least. It's basically we're
has-
gonna reinstate the economic system into the town.
Yeah, Elson's not signing that right now. Because now is not the right moment.
You're not signing it, right, Meow?
Yeah, because now is not the right moment.
Okay. I'm just gonna
So
let you
Aeroson
know.
is the only one not to sign?
It seems like. But first, before we get to that, Howler. Depending on what the agreed um the agreed clauses, I guess, are in the contract. There are different consequences, and not all of which you know.
That's fine. So, what do you mean specifically about clauses?
As in, if there's an agreement, there are different punishments for violating them,
Yes.
depending on what they are, what the agreements are. So, like, if somebody, like you saw before, that when the creature tried to attack you, when it signed an agreement to not attack you, it got pain in its head, things of that nature. But if somebody, like, if
So
the
basically,
agreement
the
is,
only thing that it says is that we're gonna reinstate an economic system, like that's vague enough to like just spend money and you kind of did your part.
yes, so if somebody, like, violates anything that's in it, like if you had in it that people must participate in the economy or whatever, then there might be a consequence for not participating in it.
Yeah, like they have to participate and they have to use gold in order for them to complete services. Although
Yeah,
the
so
gold
basically what might happen is that something might happen, like if a bunch of people decide to um side with anarchy or something and not have a money system that has signed this, something might happen to them that you don't know what it is.
I mean, it says nothing about not being able to steal and stuff. It's just that you have to, like, you
Yeah,
can't just.
but what I'm saying is, like, if they want a system of government that
That is
doesn't involve
different.
money,
Then it would be
something
problem.
might happen to them.
Yeah, that's what I'm going for.
Okay,
Yeah, so that's
just
why I'm
letting you
not
know.
signing it. That's why I'm not signing it. Just
Well,
to cover my back.
Okay, so
Well,
at the end of it,
Lucius
the
will bring up.
page is passed back, and Howler and Lucius look at the page because they're both on the same side. However, Howler is sitting in a gaudy, like, big chair, and Lucius is just sort of standing
It's
next
okay.
to him.
I'm still standing
Yeah.
over him.
Yeah.
I'm still just
Yeah.
above him.
And you're sort
Yeah,
of
I'm gonna look
leaning
over
over
his shoulder.
looking at what the contract says, and you see that someone hasn't signed it, and the only person is Erosan. That is
At
currently
this
in this room.
point, I will say, at this time, only official council members shall be present at the meeting. For the one, and I'll look over towards Addison, who has chosen not to sign at this time, you will be asked to exit the council chambers. This is official council meeting.
Well, someone gets up and says, "I wish you good luck to your doom, then." And don't say that I didn't warn you.
Alright, so he exits the room, I assume? Unless
Yep.
if you want to try to pull something tricky so you can hear what's going on, but that's up to you.
I don't have anything that I can do with that.
Okay. I mean, there is magical darkness in this room that you could try to take advantage of, but if you don't want
Yeah,
to, that's
but
okay.
knowing Howler, if I were to just slip in, he might just as well spot me.
Fair enough, so you don't have to. I'm just saying that the option's there. You leave the room.
There
I,
might be
I,
trapped in the darkness. Who knows?
I can be smarter. Why do it hard when you could just listen to it by the door?
That's fine.
It's a quite a large room. It's about 100 feet. So if they speak quietly, you might not hear. But
Yeah, but
again,
I
that's
don't
up to you.
expect them to be like hush hush about it because they expect to be safe in their room.
Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. You're gonna exit the room and then you're gonna stand by the doorway. Like you're gonna stand like out of the frame of the door, but you're gonna stand nearby.
Yeah,
I'm
because
still gonna need you to make a stealth check.
Okay. Stealthy checky. Tra la la.
Oh, I'm also going to. I'm also going to ask the necromancer or the other chronicler if either one of them has the silence spell.
The
The
silence mean
chronicler.
you make everything silent. So
Yeah,
I know.
but if
Hold
you
on.
cast,
understanding
Hold
one
on.
another.
Hold on. So, do either one of them have the silence spell?
He the chronicler does not. However, the necromancer. Wow,
Necromancer.
I blanked super bad there.
Yeah, just so you know, if you're suggesting to silence the room while Harrison's trying to listen in, that is kind of metagaming.
not
they
No,
really.
this is-
they still have a chance to roll to see
Yeah.
if they see you.
And if it
They haven't done that yet, but perhaps he's making a precaution that.
no.
Okay, he saw
So,
you.
yeah. So I asked the necromancer and the other chronicler if they had the silence spell.
Okay.
The necromancer does.
The necromancer pipes up and says, "Before you say anything, it is handy if your undead are quite loud to make them quieter. So yes, I do have that.
Could you?
But if I cast this spell targeting this area, we will hear no one."
Oh no! I wanted you to target the door. Sound can't pass through the silence spell as well. So if we have eavesdroppers, and I say it pointedly at the door, they will not be able to hear our conversation.
All right. He goes, "Well, I'll have to walk a little closer to it, so your intentions will be made obvious."
That's
So he's
fine,
just
as
saying he's
long
going to
as.
have to walk closer to cast the spell because it has a range.
No, I get that, and that's fine. Do what you have to, but I would rather have the council's words not spread amongst the populace.
He gets up, and there's a few people who seem slightly suspicious that this needs to be kept entirely secret, but they remain so that way at least someone can hear if there's anything untoward happening that they don't agree with. However, he walks over and he just sort of reaches out. His book is floating in front of him, and he just sort of reaches out and tosses his hands forward. And Adelson, suddenly you hear nothing from where you are currently standing.
Well, shrug and be like, should have expected that. And just turn on my heel and start walking away.
Okay.
Not that they know I'm walking away. It's a two-way system.
After
They don't hear you,
the
but they
necromancer
might be
walks
able to
back,
see you. So,
No, I'm
if you're attempting
outside
to,
the room, so how the hell can I see you when I'm outside the room?
they can see through the doorway unless if you're attempting to walk behind a wall. And if you're attempting to walk behind a wall, you can't go down the staircase.
You said I was outside the room.
Okay, let me. Okay,
Because now
this is gonna bother me.
now absolutely confused.
It's gonna bother me. So I'm gonna draw this. So, okay.
Yeah,
Where is it? Let me draw. Okay, there it goes. It appeared. Okay. So I'm gonna first. I'm gonna try to get rid of that because that's not what I wanted.
that you want this line? Oh, there you go.
Okay, there it goes. Okay. So I don't need freehand. I'll draw shapes. Okay. So this is the doorway.
Mm-hmm.
This next
I'm
thing is
here.
the platform.
Oh, that's the platform.
Okay, so this here is the platform.
Yes.
Okay, I'll
are
make
you
it
drawing
one
this
more
in roll
square.
20?
Yes.
Okay, cool. I can't see it.
Okay, that's fine.
More
Because
for
it's just
him
for
than me,
him.
anyways. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's more for him than me.
Okay, so
Yeah, get over yourself, Tim.
It's hard. I'm very big.
True.
I might throw it up on screen. Just so that way everybody can easily see it.
Yeah, I can see that because I just use, well, Alt-tabbing.
Okay. So, can you guys see this?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is where you're standing. You walked over to here because you wanted to get out of the view of the door so that way you could listen in. They saw you walk over there. Here's the staircase. So if you want to go down the staircase, you have to walk in front of the door. But
Yes.
if you want to walk here, you have to jump down 10 feet.
Oh, well, if that's... Yeah, if I turn on my heel and then go down the stairs, I say, like... Oh,
Okay, so they can see you walking is the problem. Because they
yeah,
can see you.
but like the doors that could close and such.
No, they do not close. This is just a doorway. It doesn't have doors.
Okay, yeah, then I just start walking downstairs.
Okay, so they see you leave. All right.
And then be a son of a bitch by going by the balcony. Because I know there is one.
Okay, so you're going here?
No, you know there's an outside balcony, right? There was an outside balcony, right?
Not in the top room.
Fuck. Okay, my bad. That's scratch
There's
that
just
ID.
the one way out.
Okay, scratch
Yeah.
that ID then. Then I'm out.
Yeah, because I'll make the room just that way you can picture it more easily. It's not to scale, but this is the room. And they're way at the other end, which is like 80 feet away. This is the doorway. And this is you. This is a floor down. You can walk here. You can walk over here, but there's a wall in the way, so you wouldn't hear anything anyway.
Yeah, I can always ask Lily later, because, you know, Lily.
Okay. So I'll. It's just that I can picture this easily, and I'm like, well, I know what's going on, so it's hard when everybody else is like, well, what? That doesn't make sense. And anyway. So.
When the necromancer walks back up, I am going to just say I apologize, council members, for this extra safety step, but I just think it prudent, for the time being, that one who has taken such clear opposition to what we are trying to start here does not take some of what is spoken here and misrepresent it for his own gains.
They seem to be in at least temporary agreement with what you are saying.
If we
So
see that he did clearly walk away, I will say if any of you would feel more comfortable with the spell dropped, we can do so.
they wish to continue. So nobody
All right.
nobody is objecting at the moment.
Okay.
So
Then I'll motion to Howler.
So
all right.
the second thing was what we should strike at next. For as you all know, and I will kind of just go on about all the glorious victories I had against the Shadow, exaggerate them a bit, and like this is what we've accomplished so far. Now now it's time to choose another strike point.
I'll while he's doing that on the last
You're-
one, we're talking about the airplane. I'll just also like interject and how we were able to help set up a temporary safe zone and then free the elders that have now made the entire city safe.
Well, technically you weren't there for all that, but
That's not part of our problem.
but yes, you guys know as players that they came back, but
All Okay, characters don't know yet.
In either case, all my stories are exaggerated, so I will just make assumptions that we liberated the city and everything's back to normal and they're all good and happy.
Fair enough.
And a place for potential future trade.
Yes.
All right. So everyone is nodding in agreement. So since you're looking for a place to strike next, there is a map on this table which has markings on it.
Yeah.
Not sure if anybody else wrote down those markings, because I didn't, because I just know what all the stuff is. So I'm gonna bring up the map. I'm the map. I'm going to be the map. I'm the map. I'm the map.
You are infinite.
No, yeah.
Oh god.
Yeah, I'm the map.
Not sorry I taught her that. Not sorry.
She's saying hi to you too. She's saying hi. She says hi. She hears you. Say hi, everybody on the internet.
Well,
You can't see them. They can only see us. Get out of the picture.
Oh, you have it set up like that. Conceited.
No, it's more of, you know what? Get out of here, kid. You're silly. You're silly.
No, you're silly.
I was like, no, you get out of here.
Did she say that? Sorry. Not sorry.
Either way, here's the map.
Back off.
So there are people from every major place that still has people living in it. Or at least did before the apocalypse. So you can ask each one what they think the strategic value of each place is or whatever, but it's up to you to ask them questions because they're all going to say where they came from. That's what's going to be more important to them.
So yeah, unless
Go ahead.
any of you, Lily or Tim, has any questions or anything to take up, I will have a suggestion.
I was going to suggest the headquarters of the Chroniclers.
All right. Jonathan Briggs is definitely on board.
What
And my
about you,
argument
Lily?
will be just because it should hold quite a bit of knowledge that could be useful in either rebuilding the city or fighting the darkness itself. And there is my little familiar.
And
Alright.
what about you, Lily? Is there anything specific you want to do on the map or hear about? Or any of the NPCs you want to talk to?
Yeah, if you want to indicate a general area, there are people from most of the general areas marked on this map.
No, because this is before she finds out everything about
Where she's from?
Finn and-
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
So-
fine.
I don't think she'll have very much of a memory. Like, okay, guys, let's do whatever.
Okay. So I guess
Okay.
I'll agree with him on going to the cloud-filled plains, but we should check in on the airships on the way. Might be able to take us there.
All right. Everyone, whether or not they're reluctant, they agree. So, yeah, they agree.
Yeah. And then we'll just have like Jonathan Briggs start heading up payment system for how much things are gonna cost and that sort of thing. And it's gonna start getting implemented in the shops.
All right, so he's going to tentatively price things as they are in the normal economy when the world is functioning normally. He's going to tentatively set it up that way, but if problems start arising, then he might change it.
Yeah, that's fine.
Well,
So things
one-
in the book are priced as they are in the book, is what he's going to do.
1 GP should be more than enough of a daily wage then.
Yeah,
And
because
food and
there's
lodging
things
costs
that are
ultimate
worth copper
coppers.
pieces, and there's things that are worth
Yeah, like-
silver pieces, and things of that nature. So, yes.
Most peasants, like a gold piece is like a month's wage almost. So
Yes.
Yeah, it depends on what kind of work they're doing.
yeah,
Also, for the city watch and guard, we have magical armor or magical weapons and some armor accessories as well as some healing potions for you to take and use while we are eventually gone on this strike.
All right, so Khan sort of stands up to indicate that he's listening to you.
Tell him where he can come and basically meet up with me to receive the armaments. We will, of course, have to coordinate with the treasurer, or what's the guy who's collecting the tax? The name?
Jonathan Briggs, that's the chronicler who's
Yeah,
collecting the taxes.
with Mr. Briggs, so that we can keep proper account of who has issued the weapons, armor, and potions.
Well, normally a police or army would keep track of that themselves, but I assume this formality is because we don't have enough people to do that.
Yes, as soon as you believe that you have the proper people in place to take over it yourself, we will then get with Mr. Briggs, or Councilmember Briggs, and properly transfer everything over into your steed. But unless do you have anybody that you believe is capable of managing this for you?
Whether or not they're capable is an additional question to whether or not we have enough people to do secretarial work while we need defenses.
That was my thinking right now with the way the numbers are stretched. Instead of trying to busy yourself with having the bureaucracy within that force, just apply it to where we already have it.
Fair enough. All right. Well, our current force is approximately. Well, I'm not sure if you're including the police force or not in this, but the guard is currently 20 people.
That's it?
And if we were to add the police into it,
Approximately 30, 35 maybe. We haven't asked everybody if they wish to join an official police force, so we still have a few people unsure.
well,
And the Lehman
think-
should also be useful for protecting our camp, but they will stay for themselves. So that's an area off limits.
Yeah, they look like they were trying to set up something separate.
Yes.
yes,
And we'll let them.
based on their culture, they would not mesh well in a new society that we are trying to build. But they could still be quite useful.
So you're saying that we don't need to stretch our units into this area? And he points to. He has there's a temple map there that is also available, and he points to
Yeah.
the location where they are.
Yeah, where the Lehman are, they don't really have to guard, but it's very nice if, like, or at least the police force keep an eye out in the nearby area.
Okay, so
Speak with the.
that's up to Gare here.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you guys coordinate, both of you, and speak with the leader of the lemurs. Let them know that you're going to be respectful of their space, but that you wish to work in conjunction with them, and what would be the best manner in doing so, and if they would still be willing to deliver their scouting reports to the two of you.
All right. Might not be a pleasant conversation, based on what I've seen, but I'll give it a go.
Maybe Howler, you should help with the introduction meeting.
Yes, I could probably arrange that.
Okay. Well, we'll deal with that in a couple seconds.
Yeah.
All right. So, is there anything else that needs to be brought up in the meeting?
Oh, we kind of easily decided where to go.
I mean, I didn't want to rehash them talking about each one of their places.
Yeah, I know a bit about the places, but the Wizard Tower seems the most interesting at the moment.
I would suggest that Howler, myself, Lily will be leaving the city to go on this mission, as well as seems the other chronicler. So, amongst themselves, they should discuss and try to see if they can come up with a list in priority of the next sites that we should see about going to.
Priority is going to be hard because none of them are impartial. They all have their own homeland.
That's fine, but like if somebody brings up their thing, then maybe the other
Yes.
people have to vote. This is important. Like them themselves can't really bring up. We have to do this. That's why we have a council. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
They can try,
Keep in mind,
but there's going to
keep
be
in-
bickering for a long time, is what my point is.
That's understood. I will try to also, like on that, what Haller was saying, think, gentlemen, not of just the past, but the future we are trying to build. Keep that in mind during your deliberations. If one of your fellow council members does have a good point on one of the resources that we're trying to gather or need for the city would be lost before yours, just keep that in mind so that we can try to get to everybody in the appropriate time.
They nod in agreement, however, you're not entirely sure. No, I mean, your character has been involved in council meetings and other meetings, and people of intellect tend to be thinking that they're right all the time. So,
Yeah,
there's probably going to be some argument, and there may not be a strict list if you come back
yeah,
for
that's
one.
fine. At least we have a
That's
list that's somewhat.
yeah. Even if it's loosely based, it's fine.
Okay.
But when it
And they
seems
might
like
not be numbered. They might just have, this is what's there, and this is why it's important.
that's fine, because then we can just go ahead and make the decision.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. All right, so
When it's or are we done? Because I want to do an ending to the council meeting as well.
Yeah,
So
you can do the ending if you wish.
okay.
So when it seems like the council meeting has concluded, I will again ring my staff on the ground 3 times, using thaumaturgy to have it echo out amongst everybody. And then again, the first council meeting has concluded. Gentlemen and ladies, enjoy the rest of your day and think long and hard what has been discussed here today.
All right. And you notice that Jonathan Briggs is definitely writing down word for word what has been discussed. And he writes down everybody's name like a stenographer in a courtroom would envy his skills and how fast he's writing down what's happening. Either way, the meeting is concluded, so we can switch back to doing other things. So, since we broke it up a little bit, here's what I'm going to do. Since the group is partially separated, I'm going to get every person, every player, to call out a number between 1 and 4, and then we're going to switch to whoever that is first, and then I'm going to roll a dice between 1 and 3, and then 1 and 2. All right.
I'll take 3.
All right.
More.
All right, hold on.
People are
Wait,
saying,
I only
and
called
people are
3.
saying them
Okay.
at the same time.
You two guys said 3 and 4. and
Since
we
we're doing
both
it that way,
four.
fine. So Lonnie's 2.
All right. So I'm rolling a d4.
Hey, back off, kid! Jesus Christ! Ah,
All right. So it is Adelson first,
Mhm.
and then. All right. Numbers between 1 and 3. The remainder. So Howler between 1 and 3. Tim between 1 and 3, and so.
Oh, isn't it the same numbers? Oh,
No, you're 4, and I rolled
Well,
3.
that would be 3. But yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Okay, so then 3, 1, and 2. Okay, it's pretty much the same. All right. So, Lonnie, so I guess we'll just combine both of yours since you're in the same area.
Yeah.
That just works.
The ship's gonna fly.
Okay, and we'll just use the same 2 numbers, I guess, except Howler is now 2.
Yeah.
All right, then we'll switch to Howler. Okay, so here's what's going down. You guys enter the airship, and you have no people with you because of the fact that they wanted to stay there.
Yep.
And you enter the airship. What do you wish to do?
Well, we take off and head to our destination because that's not a lot else we can do with our ship.
Fair enough. So you begin heading towards your destination.
That is the veins, the water veins.
Mhm. And just for players' sake, Tim and Ben, they are not using your guys' airship. They found a different ship in your large
I remember
group
that.
of ships, and they repaired it. So that way it could fly.
Yeah, so you can't claim I used your ship. Ha!
Well, technically, I owned all of those ships, so I
No,
would
you-
still.
No, you don't. You claimed them, but you never
Well,
technically
you
got
took.
the right from the owner.
Well, I am the owner, so I would just
You're
have
not
to
the
ask me.
owner. No, you're not the owner. I come across a lot of ships that have just been abandoned. I claim these as mine now. Yeah,
I claimed them before you.
well,
I claimed them before you even joined the campaign. Take that.
yeah, I can do that. I can do that as well. So I'm borrowing this from the rightful owner.
Okay, so you're borrowing it from me. That's fine. I'll leave
Not,
it.
no, not you.
Well done. I
Do we
love how
say
you
please
just
and
stick to
thank
it.
you?
Deny till you die,
Gio,
Ben.
do we say
I
please
like
and
it.
thank you?
To who?
To Ben
No, it's not
or
his ship.
Howler.
It's not his ship.
So
I know
no.
it for a very fact.
No,
Are you
there's
gonna charge
no-
him rent, Ben?
Well, I really should when I think about it. I mean, I claimed all of those ships, like,
Yeah,
way low.
Oh, you claimed
Lease
them.
them?
How interesting.
Yes. So I,
Okay.
Lease them out?
As fun as this argument is.
I'm stuck.
You
Okay.
instantly lose the argument if you say you claimed them.
Who cares? You guys are flying a airship, regardless of ownership, to a different location. So I'll bring up the map, because I'm the map, I'm the map, I'm the
I'm
map.
the map.
Yes, exactly. You got it.
He's the map.
Yeah, I am the map. Look as I show you my cartography.
So we were in the halfling hamlet.
Yes, you were approximately like a couple 100 feet away.
Mm-hmm.
And so
now we're going between the city of.
yeah, you're going somewhere down here.
Yeah.
So there are some air encounters that you can possibly encounter. So I'm gonna need some d20s rolled.
That's true. Did this ship have any weapons? I don't recall.
You didn't check them. So
Well,
make
boy.
one d20 roll before you get a chance to check them.
Just a d20?
Yep, just a d20. Which
Who's rolling? Both of
I
us?
did.
Just...
All right. So you're heading down into the bowels of this ship because you didn't bother checking them very thoroughly. You put a bunch of supplies in there, but that was about it. That you looted
did.
from one of the other ships, which may spark another argument. But for now,
No one was using them according to them, so
fair enough.
fair game.
Either way, you head down into the bowels of the ship, and you started looking for weapons on this ship. You notice, make an investigation check.
Investigation. Oh, one of my better skills. Where did I leave it? Here we go. A 21.
All right, you see what look like closed portholes for cannons. However, you don't see any cannons on the floor where the cannon portholes are. And you're just about to go down deeper into the ship because you failed the first roll.
Oh no!
As you hear getting closer and closer to the ship. And Lily, you are currently manning the wheel as Edo-san is deeper in the ship.
Just start sprinting up deck and just take out the gun and start sniping, I guess.
All right, but first we're going to see from Lily's perspective. So you are currently holding the wheel, and I need you to make a perception check.
Perception, my best attribute. It's not. It's basic. +0.
19.
However, you
Wow.
do decently. So even through the winds from the ship moving quite quickly, you can hear through the winds
Like Aerosol is slaughtering a pig downstairs.
and you actually hear it before him because he was inside.
Yell to Aeroson. Aeroson, what are you doing?
You don't see
Yeah.
Edo-san. He's not on the deck.
Aristocrat, what are you doing?
All right. Edo-san, you hear that as you start hearing the noises. So we'll say that you're starting to rush forward.
Yeah,
But
as soon
Lily,
as he
do you
hears
wish
the
to
noise,
do anything before he gets
rushing
there?
upstairs.
Because he's not going to arrive for a little while.
I think steering the ship is of the utmost importance. You know
Okay.
what I mean. So I'm gonna focus on the ship, but keep looking back.
Okay, so you're going to look behind the ship?
I'm sorry?
Are you looking behind the ship?
I'm assuming steer. Where is this? The I don't know.
Unfortunately, due to the high winds, you would have had to have gotten a 20 or higher, which you did not get, in order to tell which direction they were coming from.
Oh boy.
So you don't know which direction the noise is coming from.
Okay. Shoot. Well, high winds mean lots of steering, so I'm gonna focus on the steering.
All right. She is still shouting,
Yeah,
which means that we're not in initiative yet. You're coming. I understand. You're trying to rush to get there. However, I get to roll to see where the enemies are.
Oh boy.
Because they might get to the ship before. Okay, this is lucky for you. You hear, and then you hear, and then you hear, and it seems like something is happening, but you don't know what. They're speaking. What languages do you know? Halfling and Common.
And Elven.
Okay,
Yeah,
you don't
and
understand what they're saying.
I just know if. God damn it.
Profanity,
If my character
apparently.
sheet,
Yes.
if my character sheet wants to work with me, which it apparently didn't want to do, I know these.
Okay, you don't hear the voice. You just hear louder squawking suddenly, and then more squawking as you're rushing up. Okay, so that was lucky for you. Something happened that you are unaware of, apparently. You can make another perception check, Lily, because you're the only one who could possibly see it.
There is no way I'm gonna get a 20. You realize I have a +0.
This has a different DC. What just happened? Yeah, but you didn't see it anyway. So. I lowered the DC for that one, but it doesn't matter. So I'm gonna roll another D20. All right, this time you hear and you hear and you see something black heading towards one of your crystals that is holding you aloft, and let's see if it hits. Okay. 14. Your ship is moving, so luckily it misses. It just barely misses the crystal as it's passing by.
Where is this? How close am I to whoever's doing their rambunctiousness?
All right. It appears like based on the direction of the projectile, they are currently. I don't know the ship terms, so I'm not going to say those. It's currently to the left of this. If you're standing with the steering wheel,
I believe
so
left is port side.
All right. Well, then it's that, whatever that is. So that's the direction that they're coming from.
Okay. Lily ain't having that shit. She screams, "Oh hell nah!" and then
Do it,
runs
Lily.
over there.
Do it.
So I use the dash action. I run, and then I use my bonus action to also run. So can I get 105 feet out of that, or are you sticking me to just the 70?
So you're just running? Where are you running? You are on a ship.
Wherever I believe the arrow came from.
Okay, the projectile, which it isn't an arrow. You don't know that anyway.
Okay.
But that's fair. You can run to the side of the ship in less than your movement. To look over the side of the ship if you want to do that.
Okay, I will rush over there, and she's ready for killing.
All right, you look over the side of the ship. Make a perception check.
Perception.
One when projectiles come from below. Don't check below.
All right.
Below.
16. So you look over the side of the ship. You are currently in clouds, and you see that one of the clouds fades slightly, and you see something black with wings that are outstretched approximately maybe 10-foot wingspan. And you see a person on top of it momentarily before the clouds cover the figure again.
Are they covered in shadow?
With that perception check, you're not entirely sure. But they were black in color, so you can make your assumption.
Okay. By the something of Grayskull, I have the power. How far away from me are they?
It's the power of Grayskull.
Thank you. Power of Great Skull.
And he
I
says
have
some
the
other
power.
stuff, but I don't know it. Before he says I have the power. But anyway. So what were you trying to do? They're approximately 40 feet below the ship.
They're below the ship. Are they in the ship or outside
They're like
of the ship?
in the clouds, diagonal
okay.
down from the ship.
Okay, how far
Because
does
the
this
projectile diagonaled up towards where you're.
That's not what I wanted. That's too far. Great throw though. Okay, how far does the short bow go? I did it again. All right.
It's 80. So
I never remember. I very rarely use ranged weapons.
that's fair. However, that misses the creature. Let me just double check.
Okay.
Pretty sure it does. Yeah, here it is. No, that actually hits the creature.
Oh wow. Okay. What? Now that I can see it a little, can I see Chrome work better? Can a little bit better from the position I'm at.
You cut out a little bit, so I'm not entirely sure what you just said.
Can I see it better from the position that I'm at?
You can see it when it ducks between clouds, but you can't see it any better than you did before, unfortunately.
Okay, so I can't define anything else?
No.
All right.
Not at the moment. All right, that is 7 damage.
Can I yell at the creature?
You can yell at it. Whether or not it'll understand you is up in the air
Right.
because you don't know what it is.
I will yell in common. Hey, leave my ship alone! I'll burn you!
All right. You wait for a response, and you get nothing in this round. All right. So now we're going to be in official initiative. So go ahead and roll. You didn't select your token, but I'll fix it.
Did I think I cut out for a moment. Did I miss something?
I said roll initiative.
Ah, there we go. I thought already I missed something. 22!
All right. And the enemy has... Okay, 10. Okay. So, Edo-san, you are climbing up the steps.
Mm-hmm.
So, if you use your movement, you'll be on deck and
Yes.
no further.
Oh.
So, you use your movement, I assume, and
Okay.
you're on deck.
Am I like under the hole that's leading up to the deck?
You're standing on deck. So, like, here's the stairway going down, and you're standing here at the top of the stairway out on top of the deck. So you can see the outside now.
Yeah, but I can't move any further anymore, you say.
With one movement. You can dash, but that's up to you.
Yeah, but I'm saying before I get completely on deck, now I'm standing on like the first row of the staircase.
Yeah, you're on the staircase. You're like on the landing of the staircase. Before you move.
Okay.
You hear Lily shouting obscenities.
I'm gonna use a classic. The classic is called Jump.
Okay.
Just use the jump distance to literally get onto deck and, well, move around.
Okay. You jump. However, I'm gonna need you to roll a d20
Oh.
because you're jumping in a very enclosed space.
Well, I can angle jump, right? Like it doesn't have to be straight
Exactly. That's why you're rolling a d20 to see if you angle it properly.
up.
Okay, so you just barely go under the door frame as you jump.
Me?
You almost just smack your head against the door frame.
Then bolt over to see what she's shooting at or what she's yelling at or throwing profanities at.
Okay. You can see that you have to make a perception check.
Something I'm good at. 16.
All right. Here's what you see. You look down and you see that there is a flying creature that is black in color with some sort of perhaps humanoid creature on top of it. And it's flying underneath the clouds near your ship.
I can't understand it at all.
You don't understand the language, no.
Look over to Lee. Did it attack us?
Yes.
Okay. All I need to know.
Okay.
Clock, clock,
Fair
boom.
enough. You can't do that this turn.
Oh yeah, jump uses an action, that's true. Okay.
All right.
Get away from the railing, not to be hit by an arrow or anything.
Okay. Lily's turn.
Okay. Has it done anything else? Like it's still trying to attack us or not attack us?
It hasn't had the chance to attack you since it attacked the last time.
Okay, I'm gonna hold my action until it does something threatening. I'm gonna yell at it. Last time, don't attack us.
Okay.
Or we're gonna blow holes in you.
All right. So what action did you hold?
Oh, the bow.
Okay. Fair enough. You sort of look down and between the clouds, since Lily is the only one leaning over the side still. You see between the clouds that the creature is looking up. The creature riding the other creature, is looking up, and then you hear whoosh, whoosh the ash, and you make a perception check because it's flying between clouds. The only reason you can see it is because there's momentary breaks in the cloud.
Both of us are making a perception check.
Yeah, you make a perception check because you're the only one who can see it from this angle.
Just for my own illustration, you say it's right below us.
It is at an angle below.
Okay, just double checking.
Okay. All right. You see the creature pointing up, and the creature that is flying just turns its head and fires another round from its mouth.
Okay, that's
Whoops,
something
that is
threatening.
+5.
It's 19
I forgot to put the
hits.
+5. It's
Okay.
not gonna hit you. It's gonna try to hit the crystal. So it shot the thing, and before it hits the crystal, and does damage, you can act. So it is Lily's attack action that she held. So go ahead. All right, 9 misses. Nine misses, unfortunately.
Very clearly 9 misses.
Yeah. So, yeah. The creature hits the thing.
Can I yell at it? Missing? Can I yell something at it?
Sure.
That's a warning!
Okay. Even though you hit it before. So the time for warning shots is over. Either way.
Disconnected. Probably.
Okay. So I'm gonna get 16 on that. All right. The crystal is damaged. However, it doesn't. It was hit, and if it wasn't an enchanted object, it would have taken like substantial damage. But right now, it's fine.
Yeah, that made my heart sink a little. Like, what?
All right, and it is now Edosan's turn. It's not going to fly up any closer.
Okay. I'm going to look over the side, take aim, if I can see it at all.
Oh yeah, you can see it. Once you
Don't you-
rolled the first perception check, you figured out where it was.
Yeah, he's gonna say, "Don't you dare damage the ship! I've spent a lot of time into fixing it."
Right.
Pluck, boom.
All right, 20 hits it. And I assume you're aiming for the flying creature.
Yeah, like
Okay.
you try to take down my ship. Let me pay you in kind.
All right. It got hurt.
That's a 22.
It's still fine.
Get back, reload.
All right. Lily's turn.
Death coming from all the sides!
Or specifically one.
19 hits.
Boom.
We're taking vengeance for our ship.
That is 5 damage. And just to be clear, you can use smite on ranged attacks, correct?
Oh, I can?
You can?
Can you?
No, not really. But if you want to, sure.
I thought that you could. If you can't in the rules, then we'll just nix it.
No, it says when you hit a creature with a melee weapon attack.
Okay. Okay.
Oh,
For
I'm
now,
dumb.
we'll just leave it that way. So.
She's dumb. Why?
Yeah,
Oh.
okay, compel duel. Never mind, it's too far out of reach.
Yeah, it's 40 feet away. And I didn't even take that into account. It was just 40 feet away because it has range that it can try to spit at you guys with. So.
Bummer.
All right.
Can I yell something at it just because I want to yell at it?
You can.
All right. What does it look like? Just dark wings?
Make a nature check. You can see it, but you're not entirely sure what it is just by looking at it.
Check. Why does this character suck so bad? It flies.
You-
It has wings.
You created this character. It's not me. So it looks reptilian in nature and it has wings,
Like a drake?
perhaps.
Okay.
Your character didn't roll high enough to discern that information.
Good point.
Hey, stupid, you're ugly!
I don't know.
Okay. Enemy turn. It says you see the creature riding the other creature, sort of contemplating for a moment, and it goes, "No, you ugly."
That sounds like a goblin.
And the creature that is flying turns its head to spit again. It's a d20 plus 5. Here it is.
Oh,
Oof.
ooh.
So here we go.
Oh,
21
my
damage.
ship.
The crystal appears to be cracking slightly.
Eh?
And you notice that the ship is sort of leaning slightly. Just because of that crit, mostly. If it wasn't a crit, it wouldn't have been as bad. But...
Oh,
Alright. Ado-san.
He's mad. Time to pay up.
Alright. creature is, however, it seems like it does an evasive maneuver. As soon the creature that's riding on top looks up and sees that you're readying your weapon, and before you had a chance to shoot, it sort of just turns the flying creature to move out of the way.
Wait.
Unfortunately.
I think I got a new skill that allows me to. No, I don't. Bugger.
Okay. Fortunately, sometimes you just swing and you miss. Lily.
Okay. Ouch. That was pretty bad what they did.
Yep.
Okay, so we've seen these guys before. We've encountered them. They know my voice. Correct?
You didn't encounter this specific thing. You don't think?
Okay, because when they said not again, I was assuming they were talking about, I don't know, my annoyance.
Oh, they didn't say not again. I don't know where you got that from.
Me either.
They said, no, you ugly. When you said you were out, they were ugly.
Right. I
That
thought
was
you
it.
said not this again.
They were calling you ugly.
Okay.
Come over here, ugly!
Alright.
Short bow. Boom, do a thing, short bow.
Alright.
Do a murder.
7. No, that's
Oh,
the wrong one.
when I hit them, can I yell, wimp?
Okay. Sure. I think I did the wrong thing. Plus 21. Yeah, I did do the wrong thing. Okay, there we go. Okay. Okay, there we go.
There we go.
Yeah, I did the wrong thing. There we go. Okay, you did 7 damages.
Cool. And I yell wimp at them. Wimp.
Fair enough. The creature continues flying at the same altitude. And you hear, no, you wimp! And another bolt. Another bolt. This time it completely misses the ship. It doesn't even get close to the ship. It like fires in a random direction. And you hear, no, what's your kind? Alright, Edo-san.
Again, I'm not going to let it slide that they cracked my crystal. Well, the crystal ship. Ah, bugger!
You're rolling lower every time.
Roll better. Roll better.
At least your gun isn't broken today. Yet.
Oh, no, wait. I rolled a 2.
Yeah, your gun isn't broken yet. Because you fixed it.
Okay.
Because you need to roll a natural 1 for your gun to break. So you notice that there's slightly too much smoke coming out of your gun, but it seems like it's in operational order.
Yay.
Alright.
If only I had extra attack.
Alright, Lily.
I don't know. I guess I'll just throw, or not throw, I'll attempt to attack.
I'll throw arrows at it with my bow, which is called shooting.
I will go shooty shoot.
Alright.
Shoot,
3
shoot.
big damage!
Hey, it's better than nothing.
Damage.
Yeah, ugly!
Don't underestimate your own power.
Alright. Creature. It sees no reason to change its strategy at this point. So 21 hits the thing for 17 damage. You see more cracks develop in the exterior of the crystal.
Uh-oh. I can't be out of... Okay. Lily, try to learn under the ship. Because
Try what?
we're under the ship. And once it is, hold on to anything you can of the ship.
Alright?
Hold on.
And Edo-san, you're looking at the thing that's hitting the crystal.
Yes.
Some sort of purple energy that you don't recognize. Not off the top of the head, anyway.
That seems to be partially necrotic, so here it goes again.
Alright, it is your turn.
Boy, you better be hitting this time, you little...
14 is its armor class. No, 13 is. So you hit it.
Here's Daddy.
Alright.
Wow.
39.
Wow.
Alright, the creature is now considered bloodied.
Oh my god, barely?
No, it now is.
Yeah, barely.
Like...
Alright. Lily, it is your turn.
How far away is it? It's still 40 feet?
It hasn't changed the distance between it and the ship. It's been keeping up with the ship. That's all it's been able to do.
Take the wheel, Lily. Please just take the wheel.
Okay,
Evasive.
I run.
Evasive maneuvers.
Yeah. Basic maneuvers or whatever Han Solo did. Was it Han
Alright.
Solo? I don't remember.
And since this is an airship that was officially made to be an airship, it actually, the steering wheel, you can pull it up and down like an actual airplane. So you can control it like an airplane. You can make it go up and down, dive up.
Oh, okay.
Don't do a barrel roll yet.
I'm not going to do a barrel roll, but
The
I'm
way
going to...
that this ship is set up, if you did a barrel roll, some stuff would potentially fall out of your ship.
Exactly. I'm going to lean the ship to... What side is the guy on?
He's on the left. I didn't get confirmation if that was port or not.
Okay.
Starboard, port.
Yeah, I believe that's... I believe that's the port side. I could be wrong.
Okay.
Boom. Lean it towards him to maybe knock him out of the sky? I don't know.
Are you diving down at the same time? Because they are down from the ship as well. So you would
Correct
need to dive
dude.
down. Okay. Make a dexterity check.
Dexterity. Why?
Because you need to move the wheel into the proper position to get it to move where you want it to go.
Port is left.
Okay. Good. Then that is correct. That is where she is going. Okay. 11. You managed to get it down and you hear a but you don't think you caused any damage to it. You weren't diving down fast enough.
Okay.
You did bump into it, however. So, okay. So here's what's going to happen. Okay, great. It has a fly speed of 80, so it just flies onto the top of the ship, and it lands on the ship, and it drops the little creature that was riding it. The creature is considered on the low end of medium, I think. And it has a snout. Very small creature, and the flying creature is considered large.
What?
And it lands on the ship. However, in order to maneuver in such a way, it needed to use two movements. So, because it needed to keep up with the ship as well as get onto the ship. So it used both of its movements. So it cannot act. However, the small creature just sort of moves forward and it grabs something from its belt and it swings its hand around and just points at Edo-san. Let's see if it hits him. 21 to hit.
Just too high.
Okay.
Question, Shadow?
Yeah, they appear to be covered in shadow.
Okay. Big creature down, then little creature.
Alright, he dealt 5 damage to you.
Ow!
As a rock hits you in the head.
Wait.
Ow.
Snout. Small creature. Snout. You didn't.
Edo-san, you can attempt to identify this creature if you wish.
Can I still then take an action to file the big creature?
Yeah, you can still take an action. This is sort of like a free thing that
I
I'm
guess
giving
it's
you.
a nature check.
Yeah.
Wow.
19.
Alright, you know what both of these things are.
Okay, tell me.
That little thing is a kobold, and the bigger thing is a wyvern. However, this wyvern seems to be different than regular wyverns because it has a projectile that it can spit from its mouth.
Eek! Lily! Big thing! No! Please!
Alright, so Edo-san, you can still take your action. You know what
Yep.
these things are.
Little thing. I just look at it. I'm gonna kick you.
Alright, so
And
you
then
have to
book
move.
it right on the head.
Alright. It was using a sling, so it had to be within 30 feet of you. So
Oh.
yes, you can hit it. Yes, it was within 30 feet of you because it was using a sling, so you could move up to it and hit it.
That's a bit too hard for a kobold. Oh no!
Alright. We'll get the kobold's health.
Oh no! Not a kobold.
Alright, you hit it. It's not considered bloodied yet.
Wait. What?
And it's a kobold, yes.
Oh, there's a big sturdy kobold.
Alright. Lily.
Cool. Cobalt's only attacking Arasan so far.
Yes.
Yeah,
I
it
also take
used
care of the big thing.
It used its tiny little sling to hit Edo-san in the head. And it did.
For a
It
lot,
did hurt.
though.
It
For
did
a
a
lot.
little bit of damage. Like he has a little bleeding mark on his forehead now.
Ow.
Okay, I'm gonna drop my bow or stow away my bow. Pull out the imp.
All right. You can get within 10 feet of it, which you can still use the imp at 10 feet away.
Oh,
so
cool.
you're good.
Score.
I asked for the big thing. I will take care of the kobold.
All right.
Okay. I don't know. I think we should do the small threat, then the big threat.
No. Bigger threat is a big problem. Rivers are a big problem.
I know. Can I get within distance of the wyvern?
Yeah, you're within 10 feet of the wyvern, so you can hit it.
All right. I'm attacking it.
And yes, even if you're at 10 feet away, the imp is considered a melee attack, so that way you can smite with it.
Righto.
So 5 damage.
What?
I need to make another. I'm doing it as a second level.
3d8.
Yep. Did it not go through? There it is. Wow.
That's
Because I did
3d3.
3.
Oh, redo.
Yeah, you get to redo because you rolled the wrong dice.
I just would. That's
there you go.
better.
That's a little better. Not much, but it is better.
Okay, and let me just and attacking again, attempting to attack.
All right. It is definitely focused on you now. All right, 17 hits it.
14.
Wow. That was a good weapon hit.
Yeah.
What are you
All
gonna
right.
do?
Actually, you don't need to. You strike the creature down,
Oh,
and it goes, and it stumbles back and flops down with a large thud.
yeah. We don't want it toppling over the edge.
It didn't.
Yay!
Okay, so that's Lily's turn.
Kobold's third.
All right, he goes,
No, you people bad.
and he takes out a short sword as you moved closer to him. He was gonna use his sling, but nope. You're too close to him now. Where's his roll to hit? Okay, here it is. He got a natural one, so he goes, and he hits the ground, and it sticks in the wood, and he's like, he's trying to pull it out, but he's too weak.
Kobolds are totally adorable like that.
All right, Edo-san.
And also just can't really bring himself to bonk him and get on the head. It goes like, I need to save this little bugger.
He is in shadow, so yes, that
Bonk.
hits him. All right, he's considered bloodied, but he is not down yet.
Lily, don't kill this one.
Don't kill it or kill it.
Don't.
Okay.
All right, Lily.
I'll go for the other one.
Okay. You go for the little guy. 10 hits him because he's not wearing any armor.
Yeah, kobolds are like 1/8 AC DC.
All right, 8 damage. Just give me a second to catch up here.
Yeah, he must be out now because I did 22 and that is more than 22.
Yeah, he's down.
Okay.
He goes,
So before he hits the ground, Erso just picks him up and goes like, "What?"
well, he's now unconscious and considered in the recovering state, and he recovers, and so does the wyvern.
Yeah, Erso is just
The
sitting on the ground.
wyvern wakes up a few seconds before him, however, and it appears to be a purple wyvern, which you've never seen before. And it sort of crawls back up onto its legs, and it just sees you guys, and it starts snarling at you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Erso is just holding the kobold in his arms like he's caring for the little bugger.
However, you have a wyvern standing over you, its stinger pointed towards you.
So Erso goes like, "Easy."
Alright, even though this thing is a dragon, I'll let you roll an animal handling check, but it's a lot higher of a DC than it would normally be, because it's a dragon.
Yeah, I'm not gonna make it.
Give it a roll anyway, see what you get.
17.
Wow, that's
That's
not bad.
decent. However, this is still a dragon, so unfortunately, that's just barely not enough. So it looks at Edo-san. It sees its master in Edo-san's arms.
Yeah,
Unfortunately, wyverns are more animalistic than other dragons, so it's going to react animalistically towards you. And it is just going to try to hit you with its stinger. Which this thing is a +7 to hit.
Jeez.
19 to hit.
armor class.
That is your armor class, which means that's the
Oh.
DC set, which means it hits, unfortunately.
Lame.
It's the same for enemies. So it hits and it deals you need to make a constitution saving throw.
Is he within 10 feet of me?
Yeah, I make it easy.
Yes.
I think 18.
Cool.
Okay. So the con save. Okay, that's good. You take half this damage. But first I'm going to do the piercing damage, which is 2d6 plus 4. Okay. So that's just the piercing damage.
Ouch.
And 7d6 is the rest of the damage. And this is considered necrotic damage. 25.
It's 12.
Yes, which is halved.
Ouch.
So you take necrotic damage from this.
Yeah. So
wyvern.
now the kobold wakes up.
It's still angry and it has one more turn. So
Also, it's gonna be
Lily,
like,
you can try to do something. Erosan, you can try to do something. But the wyvern is still mad.
Lily, please help.
Lily, you have a chance to do something to this wyvern.
Yeah, I'm
It's
going to
upset.
give it disadvantage.
Okay. Lily, you still have a chance to do something.
Okay. Hit. Imp.
No, don't
Okay.
kill it.
Non-lethal damage.
All right. She's using the side of the imp to hit it on the head. All right, that hits it
16 hit it, I think.
for 7 non-lethal damage. Which I will clear this for 7 non-lethal damage. Okay. It takes the damage and it looks at you as being the more imposing threat. So it turns to you and it is going to attack you. With its stinger. Okay. Oh yeah, it's just going to use its stinger. So plus 7 to hit. Okay. 12 does not hit you. The stinger dings off of your armor. And as the kobold recovers, this is a purple kobold.
Oh, cool.
And it
So
wakes up.
It also says like, hi, we need your help a little bit. Your wyvern is not happy.
It looks at you. It's not sure what to think of the situation it finds itself in. And you roll it has decent insight. All right. 11. It goes,
Also,
you, why you hold me? And it seems
Gosh.
slightly upset.
guys, you were out. I will put you down now. It just puts him gently down on his feet, like, sorry.
And he goes, Kuroshka! And it turns to him. And he looks at you guys and he says, you bad?
No.
Clearly,
Make a
Lily.
persuasion check.
you're fine.
No, she needs to make a deception, and I need a persuasion. Yay.
You roll a persuasion. All right, Lily. What did you say to him?
Me or Arasan?
Yeah. What did Lily say to him
Not
specifically?
not very much.
Okay. So he goes, no, you bad. And he goes, Krishka. And the wyvern is going to attack you.
Orale.
15 to hit. You manage to move out of the way, Adosan, of its stinger. You have another chance to try to say something to him. You're muted.
Elsa says, I'm trying to help you heal you.
All right. Make another persuasion check, this time at disadvantage because you super failed to persuade him last time.
Yeah, Elsa's just panicking right now. 17, hooray!
Okay, that time he goes, but Krishk, and it stops, and it just sort of just sits there with its wings as its front legs, and its back legs just sort of it just hunches with its stinger above it, and he goes, but why you kidnap me?
Oh, no. Shadowy stuff kidnapped you and we freed you.
Oh, the bad black stuff.
Yes, that's
Bad black is no good.
indeed it is.
Kolesh. And he points to Erosan, and it walks over, and it has this long snake-like tongue, and it just sort of licks your wounds slightly. It doesn't help you, but that's what it does.
Elsa just pets it. He
All
likes
right.
dragon things.
All right. So that's what happens. And he's willing to talk to you if you wish, otherwise he is going to leave and go back to where he came from.
No, wait.
Yeah,
How did you get the shadow? What happened?
Sorry? What did Lily say?
No, wait. How did you get the shadow? What happened?
He goes, well, I don't remember, but me think bad kuika. And he says something in the other language that you don't understand.
Hold up.
Elsa just sits there and goes, perhaps the bat got to your home?
He nods.
Oh, that
He
going
can
back.
understand common, but he can't speak it very well.
Okay, then going back is not a good idea.
What do?
Stay here with us.
Yeah,
I
you
got
can.
food. You want food?
Yeah, we got lots of food.
But, Master, not safe.
Oh, who was master?
Master Big Purple.
Master, what's his name? Bader?
No, I know what his master is. So just points to the ribbon. Bigger than that?
And he stretches his arms again and again to indicate much larger.
Okay, yeah. Dragon.
He nods.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, he is a dragon master, as I expected.
Necrotic dragon.
Ooh, that's very strong.
Yeah, necrotic dragons are. Some dragons turn into them from other types, but there are natural purple dragons, which are part of the chromatics. And they're just regular dragons, except they like creating undead to guard their hordes, and they breathe necrotic damage.
So El says, you come with us. We save master, but now not a good idea. Too small. Too small group. Too weak.
Not fair. Bad people.
I know, bad people, bad, but they Benny and they do, and they cheat.
Koikai. And he seems frustrated.
Yeah. Can you teach me? Teach me your other language.
He sort of turns his head sideways like a confused dog.
So Erison just motions him is over, shows him his notebook, and well, starts going the most simple way of communication in the world. Picture language.
He understands common, but he doesn't understand what you want. Like what? He's not a teacher.
Well, he doesn't have to teach me. He can teach me a language by literally explaining how certain words go and such.
He can try, but whether or not he'll succeed is a different story.
Yeah.
But before you reach your destination, we're going to switch back to the other two, see if they want to do anything. But he speaks Draconic.
Mm-hmm. That's the language I want to learn.
Which he can try, but he doesn't even know how to write.
A genius we have on our hands.
So
normally dragons don't teach regular kobolds how to do normal things.
Okay, we can have like an exchange of teachings.
Well, he can try to learn how to write, but it seems like the concept is entirely foreign to him. Like he sees no purpose in put things on page. Weird.
It's handy. It's good for remembering.
And he points at his head. Quark.
Yeah. But sometimes you forget things, but still paper handy. But yeah, order to know others, otherwise it will go on forever.
Yeah. So, yeah, you guys are going to reach your destination without encountering anything else.
Okay.
So, before we get there, it's the other two.
All right.
So, I think it was Lucius first.
Lucy.
Well, no, it was Howler.
Oh, was it? Okay, Howler.
Yeah.
Yes.
You can do some stuff. I'm sorry that took so long, but they encountered a fight.
Yes, so it was my potions. I had 53 of them, and that fight I left them with Fizzleboom.
All right. He managed to figure out that 49 of them were just regular healing potions.
Yeah.
So you have 4. Your character has 4 different ones, so you can roll d20s. All right, you got the better potions.
Of course.
One of them is a poison of stinking cloud. So if you apply this poison, you can hit them, and they will stink very badly. So that way you can more easily track whatever it is. That's what the 5 one is.
Okay.
And it will cause their blood to produce this stink in their body for 24 hours. And it will leave a smell that will remain for 24 hours.
Yeah.
So you can much more easily track something with that. The 18 is the supreme healing potion. So you get another one of those.
Yes, I had some from before.
And I'm gonna say that those 2 are powerful poisons. The exact effects, the one that is 17, it is one of your DC 15 paralyzed poisons.
Okay.
And the 16 one is a very powerful damaging poison. It has a DC of 16, and it deals 5d8.
Okay.
Half if succeed.
What do you say, 5d8?
Yeah.
And then I had the pink vial potion that I also would have left with him that I never figured out what was.
Okay. The pink vial potion turns out to be the same thing that he had before. It's a pink thing with a little parasite swimming around in it, and if someone drinks it, they get a parasite that knocks them unconscious.
Okay, I had that forever. I'm glad I didn't drink it.
That is good.
Yep. So, anything else you needed done?
Yes, I wanted to go see if I found Lucius.
Okay. So we'll combine this into Lucius's one. If you had anything else that you specifically wanted to do by yourself.
Probably, but let's just go find Lucius.
Okay. So we'll move into that. Okay, Lucius.
And did
Did
you
you
see
have
what
it?
way?
First, I want to ask if he had anything he wanted to do because you'll meet him while he's doing that.
Well, I wanted to go over the blue slotty abomination. Ben's
Okay.
been helping me make it, so we have it like up as one of the characters. If you want to take a quick look, it's under the
okay.
Monster Manual Undead.
Monster Manual Undead. Okay, blue slatty abomination. Okay. Yes, it would have 50 HP.
Okay.
Unless if you added something that would give it extra HP.
I don't have anything.
Just change the HP to 50.
Alright.
And then does it have the magic resistance still?
Yes, it does. And all those other stats remain the same. It can speak, although you have to order it to say things. So,
Okay.
The regen, unfortunately, is gone because it is dead.
Okay.
But otherwise, so when you attack with its bite, it does the Slatty's bite as well as the wolf bite if it hits.
And is that the right wolf's bite? The 2d4 plus 5 piercing?
Yeah, that'll work. So if it hits
Okay.
with the bite, it does both damages.
So was it a regular wolf or a dire wolf or anything else?
It was just a regular wolf that you found.
Okay.
The wasp sting is included with its left claw. So
I thought we put it on the right claw.
If you put it on the right claw, then it's included with the right claw. You just have to call out which one. It doesn't really matter. You just have to call out which one you're rolling for first. That's all.
Okay.
And the damage automatically connects when the claw hits.
Right. We have that set up. Does it also have its phage disease thing that it gives people when it hits with the claws?
Unfortunately, it's dead, so its reproductive organs are also destroyed. So, the disease does not pass on, unfortunately.
So it'll have the wasp sting, claw attack, and then just a regular claw attack.
Yeah.
And then
based on how you created it, yes, this is how it works.
Okay.
It's so that way you don't have to roll like 15 attacks if you have 15 different things on it.
No, I get it.
So, yeah, that's how it works. So,
does it also still have its regular damage resistance?
Yeah, it's magically resistant. That's just how its body works, regardless if it's a corpse or not. So.
Cool. All right, so just have to add a just regular claw attack.
Yeah. So the regular blue slad claw attack would be sufficient.
Cool.
Yeah, so, and the levitating is its wings, so it's basically a fly speed. So,
and then just have to add the wolf's bite to the regular bite attack, just the damage, and then the is it still going to have, if it's a large or small creature, it has to succeed on a DC 15 strength saving throw or be knocked prone?
What attack is that for? Is that for wolf?
That's from the wolf's bite. Yeah.
Okay, no. Unfortunately, it doesn't have the wolf's body, so it's not like leaping on. So it just does the damage, unfortunately. That's
Okay.
why wolves can knock people over, so that way they can like leap on and bite them.
That's not what I wanted to do.
So unfortunately, it cannot do that as part of its bite. So, yeah, you can get that figured out.
Damn it, I'm trying to. How do you click on the little? I'm trying to hit the little.
The cogwheel to the right. So if you just hover
Okay,
over
so
it.
while you guys are discussing that, what's
I'll
going to
go there
happen
for
is
later.
we'll cut to you, Lucius, just sort of brushing up, cleaning off, if you will, your blue slad abomination. It's pretty rudimentary. It just has things stitched onto it. But it's your first one, so I guess that's all right. And Howler, you approach as he's sort of like ordering it to like claw, ordering it to bite, that sort of thing, testing its abilities.
Necromancer's first flesh golem.
All right, so Howler, you walk up as he's like telling it to do things, and it's obeying.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll ask Lucas if he wants to come to the shops in the underground, in the Underdark. There's a nice collection there.
I would be interested in going.
Okay, perfect. So you guys head to the underground. His little, and it makes his blue slad makes a buzzing noise as it's levitating above him. It sounds like a wasp flying constantly. So
Perhaps it's best to leave that before we go down the dark.
Well, why is that?
Just to not spook the shopkeepers. They tend to be easily spooked.
I'll have it land and just. What if it just follows behind us?
Oh, that's fine.
all right. So it just sort of flop, flop, flop with its feet as it follows behind you. And you reach the geode, which is where the thing is, where the shops are. Basically, it's a large carved out geode, and the walls of this chamber are, I'm pretty sure it's emerald on the ground, ruby, and then sapphire on the top. And it's constantly glowing with sparkly lights, reflecting off the various parts of the geode that this place is carved out of. And there are various little tiny blue gnome creatures just sort of walking around, doing their thing. It's almost as if there's a regular town in here.
Hi ho, hi ho.
Do we
That's
have
dwarves.
any trading? Yeah. Do we have any trading agreements with these people?
Well,
Yeah.
they still use money and such. The agreement we have is more of a work agreement that they will help us work in the farms.
So
Yeah,
this
could we just go
could
making
be
a joke?
All right.
No
All right,
worries.
Tim.
So this could be one of the first places that we establish actual trade routes and agreements with. Something that could
Yes.
help boost.
And I'll
our
describe how you
little
got here.
experiment.
I'll describe how you got here, just so that way you know what you have to go through to get here. You
Okay.
had to go inside the temple, and there's a door at the back of the praise hall area, basically. It's a place
Okay.
with stone pews and a stage and an
And,
altar on the
blah, blah,
stage. And you go down a staircase in the back of the in the back of this area, and you come out at the bottom of the staircase at an open Underdark entrance. There is a door that has a locking mechanism, so that way if a creature comes up from the Underdark, you can block it, but the door is currently open. And you guys walk down, and you follow a path for approximately an hour, and you arrive at where the geode is. On an offshoot of an Underdark tunnel.
So it's like an hour's walk from our town.
Yeah. And it's underground.
I get that. It's in the Underdark. Well, we can always just set up where the gnomes come to us for, the beginning until we have an established group that we can actually make sure that this very quick jaunt is safe to the Underdark.
Yeah, and as you were walking there, you heard various creature sounds, but they didn't seem like they were on the path.
Yeah,
we
we
could even
should
potentially see
not.
if the necromancer has. Go ahead.
Yeah, there's a bunch of poop monsters and stuff off the cliff. I don't recommend going down there.
It's true.
I'm sorry. Did you say poop monsters?
Yes.
Did you make the poop monsters?
Oh, I won't take any guilt.
I'll be specific. What he's talking about is not a
No.
poop golem.
Don't be specific. That's not good.
He's not talking about a poop golem, but I can understand the confusion.
So yeah, let's move on.
This is why you have to be careful with magic, my little friend. As I will definitely say that in character as we're moving on from the poop monster, that he is very much like, no, I didn't make it. Sure. Look, little buddy, this is why you got to be careful with magic, okay? Because you can make shit like that.
It's true.
Yes, it's true. Although
you can technically make a golem out of any substance.
I mean, it would work as a very effective shock unit on living creatures.
Yeah, so sometimes
it would deal poison damage, by the way.
Definitely.
Sometimes
Lots of bad things. Anyways, moving on to the gnomes.
Yes.
Okay. So you arrive in the city. It's more like it's a village, but it seems like it's slightly higher population than the base population for a village.
So like a bustling town.
Slightly, yeah. And they seem like they have buildings that are built into the side of this geode.
Yeah.
Like doors and things that they just enter, and there's buildings inside.
Yeah, I'll kind of just motion you around there. We have this.
What were you saying?
I was just saying they're gnomes. Of course, they're gonna build into the rock face, or kind of very similar to dwarves.
Yeah. These specifically are. He lets you know that they're deep gnomes. So they're the ones that live in the Underdark specifically.
So yeah, they really love to live in caves.
Yeah.
And I'm just gonna kind of show you around. I'm gonna point out there we have the stables. There we have where the leader is living. You saw her up in the council. There we have a magic item, but it only sells fake items. There we have a proper magic item shop, and there we have the potion vendor.
Yeah, and there's various other vendors. However, it seems as though the vendors that would have normally stocked food, because you can tell by the way that the shop is set up, they are now stocking various other items because food is very scarce. So they're just sort of stockpiling it as a group.
Okay. So what do you want to check out first? The potion shop or the real magic shop?
Oh, and by the way, the stables don't have horses in them. Just
They have
FYI.
like beetles or slugs.
You can look in them to see if you can identify the creatures in them, which would be a nature check.
When he points them out, I will take a gander, and with an 18.
All right, these creatures are known as bullets. They are underground burrowing creatures. They're very hostile usually, but somehow they managed to tame them. Let me see.
You might have seen them up in the fields during night time if you've been up.
Are they helping with like the farming?
Yeah.
Or they just come up during that time?
Yeah.
Okay.
And they're capable of burrowing at their regular movement speed, I think. Yep. They can move through ground just as quickly as they can walk on the ground. So they're pretty devastating if you encounter one in a fight. They're basically all chitin. They're covered in chitin.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah, they have very thick hides,
Very useful.
kind of steel-esque. They're very hard creatures.
One of these could be very useful in one of my next experiments with the abominations. So
I will throw up a picture while
if
you
we
guys
find
are
something
talking,
with lots
so
of
you guys can
tentacles.
talk.
Yeah, we've been talking as we're like walking away from the stables and heading
Sure.
towards the potions and the magic shop. Yes, if I were to find a creature with many tentacles, like a squid or something else with strength within those tentacles, I could apply those to the back of that creature and then attach the blue slotty abomination and maybe some others to the end of those tentacles to use as attacks to throw in at things. Ooh, if I could even find the hides of a displacer beast, I could attach that to the outside, and I could make it even harder to hit.
Well, I'll be looking forward to your illumination. I'm sure it'll take a lot of creatures out.
Well, from now on, when we try to kill things, let's be as clean as possible so that I can harvest the most possible useful items from them.
Okay. Just gonna throw this picture on screen for you. So
I mean, have you seen the weapons I'm using? It's not much to mess up a body. Basically,
okay,
using
here's what it
noodles.
looks like. Here's what it looks like. And as you can see,
that.
You see this spike here? This is where they put the saddles.
Mm-hmm.
They put saddles there, and then they use this spike here. They try to push on it and move the creature to turn it.
Okay. Yeah, definitely all along the underside of that hard gray like outer shell, just attach a bunch of tentacles, all the way from just behind the jaw along that leg, all the way to the back.
Yeah, and those teeth are its skull has no skin on it, so it just has like teeth just sort of protruding out, that sort of thing. It's a very wicked looking monster, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, that looks very nice. Floating bodies above it and then suddenly come down and attack you would be kind of scary.
Yeah, so this creature is quite large. It's considered... I lost the page because I turned away from it. Okay. Whoops. There we go. Yeah, it is considered a large creature.
Cool.
So, it's not a tiny thing. And these deep gnomes seem to have figured out a way to keep them calm.
Definitely useful. Maybe I'll attach a gnome as one of the first tentacles. Anyways, so what, my little friend, should we go to first? As I lean on my staff, the potion
Well,
shop, the magic shop.
potions are a one-time thing. I think we should go for the more expensive ones first. So I'm motioning towards the magic items.
Where your mind is at. Also, Matt, the entire time that we're talking, I am talking in Thieves' Cant.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm talking about killing the beast, so it's better to keep it the Thieves' Cant.
Yeah,
That's fair.
I'm not going to talk about that shit openly.
Yeah.
Actually,
There
we
are
Global
wild
experiments
ones.
that other people would probably frown upon.
Yeah.
I mean,
You
if
might not want to
to,
kill the tamed ones, but if you do, you can. But if you want to. But there are wild ones that exist in the world, so you could possibly find one of those.
yeah, I'm just saying that we could use telepathy whenever you want to. I just have to open up because I have the message spell. I'm not sure if you have it as well.
I think so. Message or sending. I have sending.
Well, message is a cantrip, and you can
lets me send
reply
message.
to it. So you can he would
Okay.
have to initiate,
So
but
you can
you can talk infinitely with it.
so basically whenever you want, you can do Thieves' Cant. Let's talk, and we can just telepathy.
Well, actually, I have a free slot for a cantrip. Maybe I'll just fill that with message.
That's fair too.
Because when I went to level 10, I get another cantrip that I haven't put in yet.
Oh, well.
I'll do that later. All right, so yeah, we'll walk into the magic shop.
All right. You walk up to the magic shop, and this one is they don't actually have like a shop that you can walk into. They have like a window that has various objects in it, and kind of like one's like a little orb. Of course, stereotypical magical item. It's a little orb. There's bigger orbs. There's sticks and staves and staves. There's other various paraphernalia used for magic in the back of the shop. However, it's just a window. He doesn't want you to actually enter the shop. It's like a window with like a security little hole thing that he can open. And he opens that, and he looks through, and he says, "What do you want?"
I toss him. I pull out the bag of like 500 platinums and show it to him, and I tell him, "We're here for the best you have."
Well, what are you looking for? Anything specific? Because if I
Yeah.
don't have it on
Do you have
hand, I'll have to make it, and that will take some time.
Do you have a cubic gate?
What did you say? A what?
Cubic gate?
A cubic gate. He goes, I'm not entirely sure what that is, but I might have something that someone sold. What does it do?
It will be a cube, about so dimensions. It allows you to freely travel the planes.
Sounds quite powerful. I'm just gonna warn you, I probably don't, but I have a few cube-shaped objects. If you're
I'll also
interested.
put down the large football-sized blue sapphire. We have the means.
He goes,
I hope you do have it.
well, I can try to make one, but it would take a while. But I'll look and see what I have on hand. And he jumps down from the stool that he was currently standing on to reach the window. And you hear him rummaging through a pile of junk. And, well, if it's all magic, then it's not junk, but either way, he's rummaging through a pile of stuff, and he puts on the counter in the window, not near the part where you can, the window where you can reach in, but he puts it near the window where the display objects are. And he puts 2 of them there. And he says, "Are either of these what you're looking for? I haven't tested these things."
Even better.
If you will give me a moment, I can tell you. And then I will cast Identify on both.
All right. He says, just a second. As you're casting Identify, he presses a button on the side of the window. It will allow your spell of Identify to go through. It won't allow any other spells to go, because he recognizes what you're doing. Because he doesn't want people stealing his stuff.
We'll see
Totally
about
understand.
that.
So he has precautions. I'm not saying a skill thief couldn't get through them, but he has precautions set in place.
I hope you're keeping note. I hope you're keeping note, my little friend.
All right. He probably is.
I probably am, yeah.
Yeah, he's keeping track of everything his character can possibly see. So
I'm just, this, can I steal this? It might be mine. If I say it's mine.
it might be
totally
mine
understand.
if I take it. Either way. So you look at both of them. One is just a wooden cube, and all that it does is it can turn things to wood, but it has to be specific types of objects, such as rocks or stone or other various mundane objects. It can turn them to stone. Or wood, I mean. Sorry. It can turn them to wood. But that's all it can do, and it can only do it once per day for a certain amount of material. Which is not what you're looking for, so you move on to the next one. And the next one is let's see. Okay, I need you to roll a d20 for this subject. All right.
Loud.
So this one, it might be nice to have, but it is not what you're looking for. It is a cube of containment. You can sort of just throw it at people or things, and it will contain them. However, you can only contain one thing at a time. And they
there a
have to
limit
make
on the
a
size?
saving throw. Otherwise, they're contained. It might not work. If the creature isn't willing, that is.
Does it feel like the restraining would be very effective? I.e., I'm trying to see, like, would the DC be high on this? Is it middling range?
It would be approximately 16.
Strength, dex?
This is, you can choose whether or not it is a mental or physical. Physical is strength. Mental is wisdom.
Okay.
So it gives you a
I
couple
will pull
options.
the blue gem off.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll pull the blue gem off and put it back in my bag of holding.
Mhm.
Would you like to know what these 2 cubes do? They do not do what I wish, but I will impart the knowledge I got onto you for a slight discount.
He says, well, it depends on how useful these objects are, but I'll consider it.
We'll find. You will find that both items are quite useful and everybody finds themselves in. So, how about we agree that in trading in good faith, you will apply a lick howler. What do you think? 10% is a decent wage for the materials I used in the casting the spells.
I mean, it might be a bit little, but if you're being generous, 10% should do.
All right. This guy being a this guy being a shrewd businessman, you're gonna need to roll a persuasion.
Do I get advantage for helping?
Yeah.
having,
Since he was throwing you bones, well, I'll give you advantage.
16.
He goes 7%.
7.5.
Done. So, what do they do?
I'll point to the wooden one. This will allow you to, what is it going to be, like 5 cubic feet? 10 cubic feet?
10.
This will allow you to turn 10 cubic feet of any rock material into wood, which would be quite useful for you to help to homes or shops in the structure that you live in, and give you materials you can use to burn in your different smithies or homes.
We tend to use coal.
Yes, but you can also use wood to turn into coal. It is only 10 cubic feet a day, but in our current predicament, you could turn to 5 feet of coal. Enough to stay a month or two. And, as I said, useful for construction. You can only use it once a day, but remember, in the current times we live, you must think outside the box at times, if you don't mind the pun.
Well, I'll think about selling it, and he just sort of throws it into the pile behind him. What's this one?
Now, this one is quite more valuable. You can restrain a creature all the way up to a large size. Correct?
Yes.
All the way up to a large size with a simple throw. You can even choose whether the creature uses its mental or physical strength to restrain its or to escape the magical effect.
Well, that sounds expensive. And he just sort of puts it on the display shelf that was on a display shelf that was currently empty.
Now, what is your current best items? Give me your top 5.
Well, not including that one. He points at it, the cube. He goes, I have a couple wands. I have a couple staves. Depends on what class of item you're looking for.
What do your wands do?
Sorry, what was the...
What do your wands do?
Okay. He goes,
I currently have a wand of magic missile, and I'll put it on the little shelf.
Okay. He goes,
Imagine he has in front of the window. But I also do the same thing as him, where I keep it far away, where you can't just reach out and snatch it.
yeah,
So right on the edge,
yeah.
the ledge, right in front of me.
He takes out a jeweler's magnifier, and he puts it up to his eye, and he goes, seems like a genuine magical item. And he puts it back.
Of course, I have nothing else.
Well, some of your clothes seem mundane, but... He goes, fine, if you're looking for wands... He puts a couple of wands down, and he goes, well, I have some fireball, I have some lightning, I have some...
I'll take some of those.
He goes, well, since the materials I use to make things are scarce, things are at a premium, but I will allow you to factor in your discount.
What about a bundle discount? If we buy a lot?
We are thinking of buying many items. So we're thinking currently the 2 wands. What are you put out just the 2? Was there another one?
He says, well, I have multiples of each, but depends on what
Two
you're
of
looking for.
each. Yeah. I tell him, how much would 2 of each be? If we were to buy 4 of them.
He scratches his head. Well, since supplies are rare, they're gonna be 2,000 gold each, regular price.
Hmm.
And if we were to buy 4,
Regular
would we
price.
get them any cheaper?
Yes.
He goes, if you were to buy 4,
And
okay,
plus other items, we are not done shopping.
well,
How about for the
Finished, yeah.
moment, we mark it at, since it's 4,000 plus our 7.5%, 3,600 for the wands, and we put them to the side for the moment.
he moves them over. So what else are you looking for?
Now for yours, do you have anything that would help amplify necromantic spells or effects?
It depends. Do you want damage or do you want dead things to walk around like that? And he points to the thing following behind you.
Things to help me with that, and point towards the Buslati with the wolf head.
He goes, that one's a little
And by the way,
gaudy,
while it's
don't
still
you
on,
think?
by the way, while it's on the ground, the wasp wings still occasionally like sputter, so they occasionally just make a little noise as they're like just.
Mm-hmm. And he goes, it's a little tacky, don't you think? Just sort of
I think
rudimentarily
that
attacked.
I think that if I'm attacked by anything, that is going to make it wish it had it.
True, but it doesn't look very fancy. And he
I'm not looking
rummages
for
through
fancy.
his
I'm looking
stuff.
for deadly.
He rummages through his stuff. And he goes, well, I can give you this. And it has it's a little amulet attached to a necklace. And he says, if you put this on any one of your little minions, you can make them look however you want. Within reason. You can change what they look like, but they have to have the same number of appendages, heads, feet, that sort of thing.
That could be quite useful. And how much would that go for?
Like I said, these things are at a premium, so this is 1,000 gold pieces.
With the discount, we're looking at about 90 to 50, or 925, and we'll put this aside.
He puts
Go ahead and add it with the wands for the moment.
He puts it over in a small pile that is now growing.
I'm assuming you took
Do you have any
two.
that?
Then I'm assuming you took 2 wands in your pile and the other 2 is in a different pile, or?
If you wanted, like you said 2, so he was gonna just put 2 in the one pile. But if you want separate piles, he can do that.
Yeah, well, the 2 of each was the idea. That way both
Okay.
of us have.
Okay, he'll reach underneath and he'll put 2 in that pile, and he'll take the other 2 out of that pile.
Sure, that's fine. You can keep asking him, but the things I wanted to ask was if he had any items of teleportation, like cloak, or if you want specific from the book, the cloak of the mountebank, or a helmet of teleportation, or just teleportation in general.
He says, well, I do have this, and he takes out another talisman. This one's slightly bigger, with what looks like a teleportation circle on it. And he shows it to you, and he says, well, this will allow you to teleport to any known teleportation point that is currently active. However, that is the best that I have. Some of those other items are top sellers, and I don't have any more at the moment. I could try to make you something.
And how much would that be?
Oh, that would be 1,000 gold additional to every 1,000 gold worth of cost.
What do you mean by that? Do I need to
So
pay?
if it's, he's basically saying it in a fancy way, but for every gold piece it's worth, there's an additional gold piece that you have to pay if you want him to make something.
Oh, okay. So I basically have to pay up front if I want him to make something.
Yes.
And this talisman, I can use it multiple times, but only to known circles.
You can use it once per day, but it can only go to known circles to the person using it, and they have to be active.
Very well. Add it to my pile. And can you make one of those clocks?
I can try, but you would have to pay a premium.
Done.
Okay. So, what rarity is the item that you're looking for?
I think it's rare, but I'll double check.
All right. If it's rare, then he says 20,000 gold pieces with an
20,000.
additional 20,000.
20 and 20, so 40,000.
Yeah. Because he needs to procure materials, and they're especially rare in these times.
That is fair. I just have to rob him afterwards.
Okay. You can attempt to do so.
Rare.
All right. Is there any other items you guys are looking for?
You had something earlier.
What kind of boots does he have?
Boots? He goes, well, depends on what you want to do with these boots. But I do have a couple notable ones, and he motions to the ones in the window. This one is water walking, and this one is temporary equivalency. I don't remember the name. But it allows you to, if you walk off the cliff, to temporarily remain at the same elevation for 1 round.
I don't need Wile E. Coyote boots.
Do you have any sort of wings?
Wings?
Do you have any boots of flying?
Boots of flying? No,
Or boots
I would
of
have to
haste?
make those. This is the closest thing I have, and he points to the things that allow you to float for a little while.
Yeah.
Basically, if you unexpectedly walk on a cliff and you notice it, you can stand in the air and attempt to jump to safety. But you have to notice it. So if you're walking on an illusion, you have to notice that it's an illusion still. Otherwise, you'll still fall.
Do you have anything like this? And I'll show him the Pearl of Spell Storing.
The Pearl of Spell Storing? Oh, he goes,
Yeah.
no, those are quite rare. I would buy it off you if you were willing to sell it.
Unfortunately, I am not. Put it away. Do you have anything like this? And I pull up the light orb.
He goes. He puts up his little monocle, little jeweler's monocle. And he goes, it's definitely magical. I don't know what it does. I don't even know what school of magic that is.
What I asked was if you had anything similar to this. Anything.
Well, I don't know what it does, so I can't tell you if I have anything similar.
And then I'm going to just point to the little, to the orb. No, I mean, literally, do you have anything that looks like this?
Oh, you mean in
and
appearance?
And then just tap the orb.
You mean in appearance? Okay.
Yes.
He puts his jeweler's thing down. He goes, that thing is weird. I'd buy that too if you were willing to sell it.
No.
Of course not. And he hops down off his little stool and he digs through his pile. And he takes out a slightly smaller orb, approximately that big. And it's yellow in color, and he puts it down. And he points to something in the window, which appears to be an orb as well, even smaller, approximately this size, and it's red. And he goes, "Those are orbs?"
What do they do?
Well, this thing, I don't know. It's in my junk pile. Things that I bought off people that I didn't know what they did. But that is a reusable fireball. So you can throw it at people and it blows up.
Does it require attunement? You have to focus on it.
Yes, this particular one there requires attunement. And
How much does
you can
that
use
one?
it only once per day, but if you know how to cast fireballs, you can throw it and channel your spell into it to use it additional taps. How much is it?
So you could do 2 fireballs at once.
Well, maybe. I don't think so. But you can channel the spell into it after you used it the first time, is what I meant. So it doesn't really do anything, but it allows you to throw a ball, and it's pretty cool.
Okay.
So you can cast Fireball once using it, but the range is slightly smaller because you have it's based on your throwing range.
Okay.
Sorry?
How much does it cost?
Oh, how much does it cost? He goes, well, since it's not too useful to most people, carry the one, 2,000. Normally I'd put it at 5, but since it's not as useful and it's been here for a while, I'll give it to you for 2.
Well, since as you pointed out, it's not very useful and not many people can use it, how about 1,500?
Make a persuasion check.
So, Matt, how do you rule wands? Are they like the ones in the book, wand of fireball? So you have to attune, and they have 7 charges to recharge, or is it like a limited amount of charges? Or...
This particular ball, the wands are the same ones as in the book.
Okay.
All right, you rolled 21. Okay. He goes, fine, just to get rid of it. And he picks it up and puts it in your pile.
All right.
Did you want the yellow one? I don't know what it does, but you can find out, obviously.
Cast identified. We'll take our discount up to a full 10%.
He hears that before you finish, as you finish casting identify. And this one is basically the same thing, except this one is related to lightning. So wherever you throw it, a lightning bolt strikes. And it's basically like the spell that summons the cloud and casts a lightning bolt down, except it just does it once.
Okay. So I'll tap it and go, so, deal?
Make a persuasion check.
I'm going to tap Howler.
He's persuading about different things, but he's a very shrewd businessman, and he doesn't like giving up money, but you're very persuasive in this moment. So go ahead.
Well, I'm gonna tap Howler though and be like, I mean, again, we're being very reasonable. I mean, look how many items we already have in our piles, right?
Yes, I'm thinking about purchasing the wands here and this item, but I'm also looking for. Do you have any wands that it's a bit easier to use. That wouldn't require my full attention.
Okay.
Junior.
Okay, so as you're asking that, roll your persuasion to see if he gives you the 10% discount.
Can I get advantage?
Yeah, I'll allow it.
Shit.
All right, this time he goes, well, I said 7 and you said 7.5 and I said agreed. So, 7.5, that's what it is. So
Just relent and just motion towards Howler and the request that he had given.
Yeah. So he goes, so you want some easy to cast wands?
Yes, some that doesn't require.
Most wands are not easy to cast, but I can try to make you something a little easier. I can make you a wand of firebolt. BOLT.
Basically, any spells that doesn't require attunement, like magic missile, that sort of stuff.
Yeah, he can make you a wand of, well, if you just want a specific, like if you want just any wand, but he was trying to give you one, sell you one that was fire elemented.
Yeah,
But
I'm
either way,
thinking more like spells.
okay, he can try to get you a wand of magic missile. Let's see if he actually has that in stock.
Does he have anything like wand of shield, wand of sword elements?
I'm gonna roll a D. No, unfortunately, he is running low on stock.
Can I
And
use
most of his stock is unidentified because he's just
question.
lazy.
Can I use luck on his stock?
Can you what?
Can I use luck on his stock?
Unfortunately, no, you cannot.
That's fine.
But he has a bunch of unidentified stuff that you could try to chance. And you
Okay.
do have a friend who can use identify if you want him to do that.
Yeah, if you take a look at the ones, maybe there are some easier ones to use. Do you have the time?
All right. He has 23 unidentified ones.
I'm gonna look at you. I'm gonna look at the wands. I'm gonna look back at you. And I'm like, that's about 2.5 hours.
Okay,
Actually,
quite
longer
the
than that. That's gonna be 4 hours. About 4 hours.
Fair enough. I would just stick with my one.
How about another deal?
Can I?
No, we have time.
Yeah.
That's 23 ones that we would identify for him. That's 23 items that he could then turn around and sell potentially faster. And this all the way by Matt, I'm saying right in front of him. I mean, why don't we just see about making a deal with him? And I'll identify them as we finish checking what stock he has. And at the end, we get 20% off our purchases. I mean, there could be a lot of
And
very
that would,
valuable wands in there.
He goes, no more deals.
All right.
I just look at him. You don't want to have your items identified for you?
I can
to be
do
able
it.
to
I'm
start
just too
selling?
lazy to do it.
Can I make an insight check to see if he has control over all the ones he has, because he just has a pile of them?
Do you mean, what do you mean by control over them?
Does he know how many ones it's in the pile there? Would
You can
find out
ask
if
him.
one were to simply go missing?
You can ask him how many are in the pile, and then you can count them to see if you can slip one out. But
Okay.
otherwise, I don't know how you would know whether or not he knows.
That's fair. So I'm gonna ask him. So how many ones haven't you identified yet?
All right.
So where to do the work?
He goes, I'm gonna roll for this. All right. He goes, maybe 15.
Well, I think you might have 16 actually, and I'm kind of going over counting them, and I'm slipping the rest. So he had 23, right?
Yeah. He
So I'm
can still
slipping.
see you, however.
I'm
So it's
doing
a
it.
sleight of hand check.
Oh, yeah, okay, sure. Sleight of hand.
He might not know the
Uh,
exact
if
number,
possible,
but he okay. Look,
if
what I was
possible, I
going
want
to
to
say
help.
is he might not know the exact number, but he might notice some going into your pocket.
no. It's fine. You won't notice.
However, I'll roll a perception check. All right. He goes, 16, really? And he starts counting them, but he's looking really close at the first one. And
Oh,
he
yeah.
goes, 1, and you just slip out a whole bunch of them. And he goes, 2, 3, 4, and he counts 16 because you allow him to have 16. Because you said 16.
Yes. And then I think I would say, I think I'll stick to just the fireball and talisman. Now, what did you want again?
I
Ambitious.
think I'll take the fireball and the lightning, as well as that charm.
Okay, so are you taking the orbs or are you taking the wands?
Wand.
I was taking the 2 wands. I'm taking 2 wands and
Oh, you cut out.
the one that has the hide undead.
Oh, okay. So you're taking the wands and the hide undead talisman. You're not taking the orbs?
That's 5,000.
Okay. So he puts the yellow orb on another empty pedestal.
Oh, I didn't tell. Oh no, I didn't tell him what I did. When he didn't agree to
Oh.
the 10%, since I hadn't told him what the orb did, and he's like, "Oh, no more deals." I just went,
Okay.
"Okay."
Okay,
go
never
ahead,
mind. I thought you told him. Well, that's okay. He just throws that in the pile.
No.
And
So
since they're all
that's,
magical items,
nice.
everything gets rustled, but nothing gets damaged. Okay, 6k of wands, 1k for talisman for Howler, and 1k for the talisman for undead. And he is still willing to kowtow to 7.5% off.
Yes, then I will approach him. The 7.5 was for identifying your products, but we now have a small bundle. Should be wise to reduce the cost further when you sell in stock.
He seems slightly frustrated.
It's not the
Because
first
you guys
time
keep asking for discounts, so it is at disadvantage, but you can persuade him.
It's not the first time I've been to this store, so it's a disadvantage, which means normal for me.
Well, if you're
And then
if you have an ability for that, then yeah.
So I'm gonna look.
Okay. That's perception. So you rolled the wrong thing. Because
then I will use 2 points of luck instead.
okay. There you go. Okay, 22. He goes,
22.
I'll go up to 10, but no more.
That's
if it makes you leave my storefront.
Okay. So I'm at 5,000, so 4,500.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll just
So I will
note
put
down
400,
Yeah, so just mark off your gold.
and I'll put 450.
And the pile starts getting bigger than his little window, so then he just starts sliding in little bits of it.
All right.
And
Head
then
over to
once
the,
all the gold is in his little cubby hole, he then gives you your products.
Okay.
And
Alright.
he says,
Good deal.
have a nice day.
Yes, you too.
You too, my little gnome friend. Get back to work. Stop being so lazy. Or next time, I'm going to hit you even harder on the discount.
He goes, Fine. And he just grabs the nearest item on that huge pile, and he just grabs his little jeweler's thing, and he starts focusing on it.
I'm gonna be right back.
All right. So I assume you guys didn't have any other business down there.
No, not really. No potions, yeah. Because we're greedy.
You can go for potions if you want.
We have money, so why not?
Okay. So you head over to the potion dealer.
Yes.
I'll say that Lucius is currently just sort of looking around at stuff. He's just sort of examining the area. So you
Yeah.
approach.
So when I come back, I will tell the gnome that I was a huge fan of this potion you gave me, and I will show him like the water elemental potion. Do you have anything else like this?
He goes, "Oh, hi. And this was the guy with the vendor stall, the one with the wheels and everything.
Yeah.
Perhaps he came from a different settlement further away, is what you surmise. But either way, he starts digging around in his supplies, and I'm gonna roll, see what he gets, if he has anything good. Unfortunately, he goes, I'm running a little light on supplies. But I got this, and it's a superior healing potion.
Superior or supreme?
Superior.
Okay.
So this is the actual lower one. The one that's one lower from the best.
That's fine. It's still pretty good. And I'm gonna ask him, does he have anything else of notice?
Well, I have some of that other stuff that you were using before, and he
Flying
puts up
one.
a little tray full of Grell poison.
Oh, okay. Grand poison. That's always good. But do you have the potion of flying?
Unfortunately, no. I sold you yours, and then I checked on my supplies, and apparently I didn't have enough. And apparently a bunch of money went missing from around here, so I couldn't get the money I needed to go, and it was a whole thing.
Do you wish to take a loan?
He seems to be seriously thinking about it. I'm gonna roll a dice, see if he accepts. No, he does not.
If I can help,
He said
I mean,
no in the beginning, but I have a better plan. I will.
All right, you walk over at this moment, Lucius, since you just came
all right.
back.
What's going on?
Well, this gentleman here, some money had gone missing, and I believe it was from the shadow raid that happened earlier. But I am willing to lend him some money in order for him to get back on track with his business. And we have quite a substantial.
Because the reason why some of his money went missing, even though you didn't pay him, I don't think.
No, I didn't pay him. I just stole the money back.
Yeah, that's fine. But a lot of other vendors had their money missing, even though you didn't spend money at them, because they were spending money at each other's places, and you just stole it all. Because he had a magical ability to just summon it back. So, yeah. So.
It was the shadow. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, he did it when they were hiding in their homes from the shadow.
So, what business are you in, my little gnome friend?
Oh, he's the potion dealer that he pointed out earlier. And he goes, well, I sell various concoctions.
Well, I don't know if you're aware, but the temple, about an hour from here, the city has just gone to a new economy. We are going to see about establishing trade routes between the camp and here. Having money to properly brew potions to sell to these travelers to take back, or to your fellows who will be going to the camp to trade, could be quite useful.
Well, we're not too sure about the safety of the travel routes, especially in the Underdark.
Well, what if we were to help in that matter in
Well,
a donation of some healing potions to those of yours who would travel as traders up to the camp to buy resources and bring back here to your town.
hmm,
We have many who go into the forest to gather resources that you could very well use in your potions. And this donation, of course, is in good faith with the loan that you would create with the world's first bank. Did I say that right? Yeah, the New World Bank.
I've never heard of the New World Bank.
Well, it just started, and
It's a new
actually we are looking for new partners. If you would like to work for us instead, you will have all the money you'll ever need.
So
And
you're
at this point, I'm going to reach
apocalypse
into my bag of holding.
profiteers?
Well, I'm going to pull out of my bag of holding the giant blue gem and like platinum that I'll spill back into my bag of holding and drop the blue gem. We are not profiteers. We are simply those who understand that wealth will never go away.
We've mostly been using this wealth in town. We were being generous with the villagers. If they had any money, we would take it, but if they didn't, we would help them. But he seems conflicted.
How much to buy your store with you as its lord or owner or store manager?
Wanna buy my stall?
Yes, and have you work for us as a potion dealer in this city?
I'd probably make more money by myself.
Are you sure about
No.
that? And I will put out a bunch of platinum on his table, more than he can count.
In a couple seconds, maybe.
Yes.
He goes, well, are you paying me this much per day?
If you're trying to tell me that you can make this much in a day at your stall, you are a liar.
Not here, but elsewhere, I definitely could. If I had the proper potions and I had the proper go-to attitude.
And with joining us, you would have all the guards needed to protect you on those such journeys.
He's contemplating this. However, he goes, this guy, by the way, the reason he's being persistent is because he cannot be persuaded by this, is the problem. By what you're trying to do to him. So he goes, no. With the money I make, I can easily hire guards. They're usually pretty easy to pay. They're the reason I'm here. Unfortunately, they got devoured on our way here, but they saved my life and my cart, as I paid them to do.
So you're currently without guard in a gnome underdark village.
Well, I got nowhere else to
no
go.
Real prospects.
I got nowhere else to go other than your town, and you're attempting to buy out my business.
No. We're simply trying to become partners in your business, and open it up to new.
So you want a 50% share? What do you know about potions?
Well, I know all sorts of things.
What I know is, I also know that you are going to require guards as you sit on trouble. Why should you have to always travel? With our city and those that go out together, we could easily establish a trade route that would fill your needs and ingredients,
Maybe I like traveling.
all from the safety. Do you? And I ask him like a very pointed, like, do you actually like it?
Yeah, I had some pretty good customers in other places like Aquan Ball and Gaio and all over the world.
So would you not rather travel to these locations in safety in an airship?
Well, I used to rent airship rides all the time, and I'd buy guards when I needed
Oh,
them.
we will. Oh no, we are going to establish a new air fleet for Temple City. And with these
I didn't
airships,
think that the
one can be yours.
ley lines went to that temple.
They do not, but we will have a point of contact with the transportation circle to make
That'd be
travel
pretty
to
far.
quite easy.
Still need to walk quite a distance.
Why walk
Even with the
when you get
transportation circle?
You're saying that you're trying to set up a teleportation circle in the city?
I already have started that.
Oh,
And I will motion for my talisman, and this is how I will use it personally. But for him, he can just do it on his own.
Well, that kind of sucks all the fun out of traveling, doesn't it? If you can just instantly be somewhere.
this will take you.
You don't get to
this will
meet the
take
people along
you
the
to-
way and sell them potions because they're desperate.
Well, I will send message to Lucius that I don't think we're gonna buy up, but he still has some potions, so I'm definitely taking the one I found.
Yeah,
And
this
I
guy
will,
doesn't want to sell
and
his
what did you
business
find?
because he enjoys his business. He enjoys doing it. That's the
So
problem.
yeah, and then I will ask him if he has anything else to sell other than his supreme potion. That would be of,
Yeah, unfortunately, you can't just roll everybody out of their possessions. It just doesn't work that way.
Some people we
No, I
have to
get that.
murder to take their possession.
Yeah, exactly. Some
Oh, with him, I wasn't
people
even-
you will have to murder if you want their possessions, or steal from them.
I was just trying to. I was just trying to take advantage of the situation where he's broke, and it's like, hey, we'll give you money for part of your business. You keep doing what you're doing. We'll just
Well, you
like,
have a
try to make it
feeling. You
easier
have a
for you.
feeling that the reason why he's not willing to give it up is because he enjoys it. He's gonna do it until he has to not do it anymore.
No, I get that. Like I said, I was
If
just trying to take
you ever are
advantage of him being broke. Like, all right, you're broke, but you still want to do what you're doing. Fine, we'll help you keep doing what you're doing. But we get a cut now, and we give you
Yeah,
money.
but
and make it
he doesn't
easier
like
for
that
you to
idea
do.
either. He doesn't like giving money away that he made himself. Yeah, unfortunately, this guy, he likes his business the way it is, and he doesn't wish to change it. That's what I set up this character when you guys decided to try to persuade him. Unfortunately, he doesn't want to
No
do it.
worries. So you found what, Howler?
spare healing potion. But I'm also looking around. Does he have anything else that he thinks might be of value to us?
Well, the only other thing that he's shown you
Have
so
any-
far is the Grell poison that you got before.
How many?
6.
The good ones or the damage? No, the bad ones.
Yeah, they're the DC 11 ones.
Okay.
Matt, do I have to attune myself to the necklace?
Which necklace was it again? What was the specific effect?
The one that I throw on the undead and make it look like what I want it to look like.
Oh, okay. No. You don't have to attune to that because you're putting it on another creature technically, so it doesn't matter. You don't have to attune to it.
So I'll throw it over the blue body head, and I'll make the thing look like just a regular manservant.
He said that it couldn't get rid of multiple heads, so it's a manservant with 2 heads.
I'll make it look like a small Etty.
Etten? Yeah, sure, you can do that.
Dressed in Etten, dressed in like nice clothing.
Okay, sure. You can do that. It's still weird, so it still draws attention, but it's much less eye-catching than a bright blue creature with a wolf head. Yeah, so it did what you wanted it to do. So, yeah.
And
So,
to
do
fit
you
in
want
the
those
theme,
growl
since
poison?
it has the wings, it has a cloak.
Okay.
Yeah, how
that's
many and how much? Aren't they like 50 each, or were they something else?
Yeah, those
Or
are
were they-
50 each. 50 gold each. They're super cheap. For you, anyway. And the other potion, if you wanted it, that was 1,000.
Yeah. I will take the large potion.
All right. He hands you your purchases. Did Lucius want any particular potion? He might have it, but some of the more rare stuff he doesn't have at the moment.
Do you have any potions of greater invisibility?
He goes, "Nah, I don't even have regular invisibility. Sorry, man."
Do you have any potions of Misty Step or Shadow Step?
I have a blink.
How much?
I have a
250.
plank with a nail in it.
He says 250.
250?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead and put that to the side. Any healing potions other than that Supreme?
Well, that's my best one. I do have a bunch of regular ones that I cooked up just this morning.
And you only have the one Supreme?
Yeah, unfortunately, that was the last one I had. It just uses too many supplies. I don't have enough at the moment.
Let's see, what else? Do you have any potions of blur?
Blur. No, just blink.
Let's see. After the Supreme, what's your next best potion?
Unfortunately, I just have all these regulars. Because that was a hold from when I was making the more expensive ones. I'm just trying to save people's lives.
Okay, 1 second. Let me see a spell.
Yeah, blink is pretty nice. It's definitely worth 250 if that's what you're wondering.
No, something else.
Yeah, it lasts for 10 minutes. The blink.
Well,
However, you cannot stop it until the 10 minutes is over. That's the only drawback. This particular one you cannot dismiss because it's a potion, so it lasts until it's over. Unless if you can force yourself to vomit, then the potion won't last that long.
Well, he's looking for something. I lost the shopkeeper. So, what about you loan some of my money to go get supplies, and I will get it back in store credit instead.
Well, I was just hoping to keep up my savings while I was gone, but it appears that that's not going to happen. And if I'm indebted to you, then that's not going to work either.
No, you're not indebted. Just in store goods, potions, that sort of thing.
Oh, Timothy needs a new reinvite message
Yeah.
request.
I saw that. But thanks, Gio.
Okay.
What were you saying, Ben?
Yeah, basically just you would just be trading materials back to potions. Would you job normally? So we'd just be paying up front.
Okay, there we go. He goes,
Maybe getting a discount in that way.
so you're saying you're gonna give me free money to go under your banner?
Well, no, I wasn't talking about going under my banner at all. I just wanted you to make better potions for next time, since it seems like I bought you out the last time I was there.
Well, with the scarcity of everything, the only thing I could find was these, and he motions to his Grell potions. Because I found a couple of corpses nearby, and I collected what I could from them.
Okay.
Seems like the monsters are hiding. At least the ones that are nearby. Not sure why.
Well, if that's the case, if you find any live ones, if you manage to keep their barbs alone, I would be more interested in those.
He goes, okay, well, you might be better off asking the Duragar, to be honest. We're not big on fighting, but some of us can. We usually hide and avoid, take a different path.
Yeah, I'll agree with him. Probably chat a little more, but I'll just pay for my potion and then I'll head up to the overground. So I think we're quitting soon, anyways.
Sure, we can. So make sure that you have the rest of your stuff that you want to do for the rest of the month, because those guys' trip is going to take their entire month. So, the rest of what they had. So, you guys can do a couple more things, because they're gonna need to extract from where they are and get to the new place or back to the temple. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna leave off. Oh, and Geo, I don't think you needed to switch machines today.
No, because I'm home alone.
It's about time to switch machines, is what you should say.
Yeah, it seems like what's his name? Tim isn't coming back.
Yeah, Tim dropped off. He needs an invite. I just realized that when you guys said it, like, oh yeah, Geo hasn't switched machines yet.
Very cool.
What's this?
Where's
Oh, there he is. I sent him one, so I thought he was going to be here sooner than that, but he's here.
I was all fan on it to cool it down.
Well, you're a little robot-y still, but that's okay. We were going to end, basically, at this point. Because,
Okay.
did you want that blink potion? That was the last thing I was going to ask you.
I was going to take that, and I was going to see if they also have a stone skin.
Yeah, unfortunately, he doesn't have anything else. I rolled super low, so the fact that I gave you that one was generous.
All right.
So,
Yeah, I'll take the blink.
yeah, so minus 250 gold off your plate there. All right. So we're gonna end on the cliffhanger, because we're gonna end on the cliffhanger for the other two. You two start getting close to where they could be. Edo-san's parents and the big group that they had.
And DT. Especially DT.
Yeah, that's the big thing that he seems to care about. Even though his character would probably care more about his parents. But
That as well, but seriously, I've been disarmed all this time without melee.
yeah, that's fair. So, yeah. So you guys dip under the clouds so that way you can actually see downward. And as you approached, as you're approaching the destination, this place doesn't look good. It's wrecked. At least the particular location that you're in. It's near where you remember the thing telling you where it was on the map. The weird a pyramid thing that has all the information. So you guys fly in, and you get reasonably close to the ground. However, you're staying high enough so that way you can remain aloft. And I'll say that you had a couple days, so you fixed the crystal, so that way it wasn't broken anymore.
Mm.
Either way, so you convinced the wyvern and the kobold to stay on the ship, so they're somewhere on the ship.
That's good.
As you're flying down, you're near what looks like a ruined, maybe a town or a smaller city. It's completely in ruins. There's just like half walls of buildings, that sort of thing. And you hear in the distance what sounds almost like cannon fire, but you're not sure what that is. In order to get to where you wanted to go, you have to get closer to the noise. So what do you want to do? There is some flat area that you can land on nearby, but you can attempt to go to them directly in the ship. And with your investigation, you found that there were some cannons, but they were on the bottom level, where there was there was no ability for them to shoot anything.
If we land, how long will it take us to walk to where we assume the noise is coming from?
Approximately an hour or two.
Fuck. Okay. Ship, yeah?
So the reason I threw in that you knew that the cannons were there is you can set up the cannons before you get there.
Yeah, setting up the cannons at least so that if we have to be quick and self-defend, then we have at least a way to self-defend.
Okay, so you set up the cannons, but do you wish to land further away or do you wish to try to pull up closer?
Matt, is this just an airship or is it a spell jammer?
What do you mean by spell jammer?
It's an airship, but it's a more advanced airship.
You mean like a dreadnought sort of thing? That can stop spells and stuff? No, this is
like that.
no, it's just a regular airship that would have taken regular passengers places.
Okay. Do you want me to steer or do you want to steer, Geo?
I just leave it steering. I mean, you've experienced now, right?
I do now.
She does now. Because when you were sleeping, she was steering for a couple of days.
Yeah.
So
okay, I will steer. Get ready to man the cannons if you need to.
Okay. So you begin pulling. I assume you're flying there in the ship.
Yeah. What is the maximum altitude we could get?
Well, the maximum altitude.
You can go as far as possible with the cannons, and Harrison would still hit accurate.
Oh, what I mean is, I want to raise our elevation so that way we could see what's on the ground, but still have even 20 extra feet could mean the difference between us getting hit and us not getting hit.
Okay. The way that I described it before you went down is that there's clouds here and you're here. You're like directly underneath it.
Okay.
Cloud line. So you're up pretty high.
Yeah, we are.
But if you wish to pick people up, that's going to be a problem.
Yeah, we have to land.
Yeah.
Man.
So we're just gonna get this out of the way, and then I'm gonna leave you on a cliffhanger when you.
Okay, we're gonna
Okay,
get maximum distance for the cannons, I suggest, and then see what we can see from who's shooting the cannons and who's being shot at.
Here's what I'll say with the cannons. Based on how trajectory works, you can hit as far down as you want, but you can't hit as far out as you want.
Yeah.
So the ball will start sinking down eventually. So
Okay.
based on how cannons work, you can hit their maximum range, but then they start falling directly down. So,
Yeah.
but you can aim as far down as you want and hit still. But the distance, it will fall straight down after a while. So you still have to get within range, but you can remain as high up as you want.
Okay, yeah, we just want to be far enough to see both the ones firing the cannons and the ones being shot at by the cannons.
Okay. So you get closer, and here's the cliffhanger that we're going to leave on. The ship flies forward, and you hear the cannon sounds getting closer and closer. However, you realize that it's not cannons.
That's not what?
It's not cannons as you get closer. That's not what's making the noise. You
Thunderbolt,
see,
lightning, very, very frightening.
it looks like an obloit spheroid, if you will. Sort of just rolling along on the ground, covered in shadow, and it has tendrils reaching out from it, and it's picking up debris that's on the ground, and it's throwing it at what looks like a large group of people. And Erosan, you recognize this as the group that you were with before.
Yeah, I recognize this monster as well.
Yeah, you encountered this monster before. Yeah, this monster throws crap at you, and if you get hit by it, then it hurts.
I just tell Lily, maximum altitude, let's wreck this thing.
All right, and as you're pulling forward, you see that DT appears to be severely damaged because he is just throwing himself in front of the debris as it's being fired at him to protect the civilians as they're running away.
Wow.
So you see DT with his smashed in arms. He appears to be at low health, and as you guys are getting close, you see one large debris rock being thrown, and you see DT diving in front of it to protect the civilians, and that is where we're going to leave off.
Boom.
So
The cavalry has arrived.
you're not sure what's going to happen to DT if he gets hit by that thing. He looks severely damaged.
Okay, I have to
So-
shoot at the debris, then set up the next cannon, aim it.
You can try that next time. You can try that next time.
I can set up
Dungeons and Dragons.
volleys.
All right.